1 to 40, starting as the first starter. So we are seeing bib number 15 enter the starting gate now. Bib number 15 is Davis Isbom. He skis for the APU Nordic Ski Center, and he is a local boy and getting ready to take off. You will see it is about 5 degrees outside, so the skiers are wearing extremely warm clothes. He's got his head neck warmer on as he takes off into the course. And the top 20 skiers will go out in the B seed, and then we will go to transfer over to the A seed, which is really the top 20 skiers by ranking points in the United States right now. There today is a national championship on the line, but there's also a lot of team qualifications that will be determined by races today, followed by races on Saturday, Sunday, and again on Tuesday. So we are stacked up for 4 or 5 days of real packed action, and today is the first of 4 national championship races held here at Kincaid Park. In the starting gate now, we have bib number 17. Bib number 17 is Zachary Jan, Bend, Oregon. He was representing the United States at the World Junior Championships in the U23 class, and his best result was 14th at the National Championship. So he is off and running, and you can see out there on the course a lot of volunteers out here in the very cold temperatures, and this race and all of these events could not have come off without the wonderful volunteers that we have out here. And in the start gate, you will see getting ready is University of Denver skier, our first A seed skier, Andreas, and how do I say his last name, Max?
Kierking.
He skis for the University of Denver, as his suit indicates, but he is one of the contenders in today's race and certainly has a shot at being one of the top athletes. He is from Norway, so he's not eligible to win a national championship, but he is eligible to win the prize money, and the prize money today for first place will be $1,200. So that is a significant amount of money for many of these skiers who train real hard their entire year for an event like this, where there is significant prize money on the line. But right now we have bib number 19 leaving, Reed Gobble from Palkowski, Michigan, and he skis for Michigan Tech University. Now he skis for Bridger Ski Foundation out of Bozeman, Montana.
Okay. If there's anything in the chat room like sound or issues, I'm watching, so I'll hear about it. Okay.
And bib number 20 taking off, Krystal Zakulov from Czechoslovakia. He skis for the University of Denver as well. And now in the starting gate, our first A seed skier, as we mentioned, Andreas Kirkling.
Andreas actually won the last year's 10-kilometer classic interval start at the U.S. Nationals. Of course, he was not eligible for that national championship, but he did finish first. He's had some notable performances at the last few NCAAs, finishing top 10 in both those races. Next up, we have bib number 22, Scott Patterson in the starting gate. Scott Patterson is a Beijing 2022 Olympian as well as Pyeongchang. He's out here racing for APU, his hometown team that he's raced for the last, as long as I can remember.
And Scott is well known for being kind of very, very dominant in the distance races. Today considered one of the 2 distance races in the 4-day series. So we look for great things from Scott. He's officially retired from ski racing on the international circuit last year, but it is always great to see Scott back out, and he always has something special to show us on days like today. So
I would not want to follow him, but next up we got Finn Sweet out of the University of Vermont. He hails from Waterbury, Vermont. He skied at the last few NCAAs. Had some promising results at the the Super Tours finals last year.
And up next is Garrett Butts. He skis for APU. He's originally from Washington, but he is hailing from APU ski team today, and really up-and-coming star. Also the son of Ingrid Butts, who is a former Olympian and teammate of mine, but also a very talented skate skier. As you can see, his technique is really nice going out of the stadium as he takes off down the hill and into the woods.
I can tell you from experience, Garrett is always one to bet on. He's always going to be up there trying his hardest and doing very well.
And bib number 26 is Florian Knopf. He is from Germany. He skis for University of Denver. He was second at the NCAAs in the 20K Classic, so definitely a known entity in the longer distances. But he is well positioned to do well today. He's coming off some good races earlier in the year, and we look forward to good things from him from the University of Denver.
We also have some news from out on the course. Matt Celine has come through for his first lap, leading ahead of Colin Freed by about 4 seconds here. It looks like nobody else has come through, but that is first lap done for those boys.
And Matt started before we had the broadcast going live, but Matt is a local skier here, but skis for APU, but has also, or UAA, but has also really done well lately in the last couple of races. Won the last race here on this exact same course, so we look for great things from him, and he's posted the fastest time so far through the split timing and at the 5K mark. And next in the starting gate is
Hugo Hinkfuss out of Sydney, Australia. He's on the Australian national team racing for the University of Colorado. He's had some great results in national World Cup qualifiers in sprinting. He's also was a, I believe, 2022 Beijing Olympian for that Australian team.
And right before he left, we missed the footage, but Will Koch left, son of Bill Koch, the first American to win a medal at the Olympics, and making a well-known name for himself, skiing for the University of Colorado. He was also second at the 10K skate at the Super Tour in November, so we look forward to good things for him today. This is certainly his distance, and he skis well in these type of conditions.
That he does. He is a fierce competitor. I do not miss racing him.
And now we have number 30, Walker Hall, who comes from Winthrop, Washington. He skis for the University of Utah. He is also the son of Leslie Hall, who also a former Olympian. So we have a lot of legacy athletes here, starting all in a row. But Walker has really done well. He had his first World Cup start in Minneapolis last year, and has gone on and had a very, very solid junior career, but looking for great things as he enters into the senior nationals here in Anchorage, Alaska.
Alexander Maurer just came through his first lap, sitting about fifth position. We have Christopher Kalev out of Tallinn, Estonia. He spent the last 5 years skiing for the University of Alaska Fairbanks ski team with myself. He's a extremely strong competitor. He's a big guy, so these skate days are pretty favored for him, where he can just go hard the whole time. This Anchorage course is pretty favorable for somebody who can just grind it out and isn't really looking for those breaks, because there are none.
And next up is Johnny Hagenbook, who is certainly one of the favorites today. Skier from Dartmouth, originally from actually I don't know where Johnny's originally from, but he won this distance at the Super Tour recently in
Cable.
in November in Cable, and he is certainly a talent. We will be watching him today as one of the very favorites to do well in the race today.
Next up, we have Peter Wolter from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation, hailing from Haley, Idaho. He's had some promising results these last few years, and we'll be interested to see how he finishes out today.
Next up is Michael Earnhardt. He's on the U.S. He skis for APU ski team, but he's also on the U.S. B team. He has been racing in many World Cups and has a long history of success. He is one of the athletes that's really coming up and progressing in his career and taking some broad steps forward each and every year. But this year we're looking for him to really make a play for the World Cup slots in January, February, and March, but also the World Championship team. So we're looking for great things from him.
Next up, we have a senior from the University of Utah, Brian Bushy, coming out of Montpelier, Vermont. He is a strong competitor in these skate races. I'd say these always favor him. He's very light on his feet, so there he goes down that ramp there out into the woods.
And next up we have Logan Moore. He's from Durango, Colorado. He skis for Middlebury, one of the many Middlebury skiers here today, but he is looking to make his mark at the Senior National Championships here today. He has skied in many NCAA championships. Last year he was 11th and 13th respectively, and he's off and running on the course.
In the start gate, we have hometown hero Luke Yeager, current U.S. Ski Team B team member. He's also been to the Beijing 2022 Olympian. He's had some incredible results the last few years, doing very well at last year's U.S. Nationals in Soldier Hollow. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes through.
He also one of the favorites today, and a crowd favorite as well.
Always.
Here in Anchorage, he gives back. He's one of the Healthy Futures heroes. He really spends a lot of time with up-and-coming young skiers, and so a crowd favorite here in Anchorage. But not to be shadowed by anything less than Hunter Wonders, who also skis for the APU ski team. And Hunter is also very, very good at this distance. He's had a strong season this year, but we are looking to see what he can do on the course today. 10K skate distance is to his liking, and he is one of the favorites today as well.
Tabor Greenbook out in the starting gate now. He's a freshman on the University of Vermont, from Vermont. He's had some great results. He's done well in the sprint at the Youth Olympic Winter Games last year, and also at the Junior Nationals last year. He had some very good results. I think a first in the 10-kilometer freestyle. He's out on course and down on that ramp. And a little update from the live timing. Matt Slean's still sitting in first with Elijah Wenning from the University of Denver sitting in second, and Colin Freed in third.
And how many people have come through the first split at this point, Max?
Let's take a look here. About 18 people have come through their first split.
So we are now with bib number 42, Wes Campbell, out of Park City, Utah. He skis for Michigan Tech, who also has a big team here today, with us all week this week, and we look forward to watching the entire Michigan Tech team, but we are watching Wes Campbell really lead us off with the C seed, which is beginning now. So the B seed led us off, followed by the A seed, and now we are bibs number 41 to 60 will be the C seed of athletes. So all still very competent athletes, all with a chance to win today, but just ranking points a little bit lower than the A seed and the B seed.
And, why would you say they put that B seed in front of the A seed? Is that for the course to get warmed up, for that snow to get skied in, or what would you think that's for?
Generally speaking, if all things equal, and it's not snowing or any other extreme weather, they send the B seed out first simply to make sure the course is in perfect condition, and really to give the A seed a chance to watch the split times off of the B seed. It gives a little bit of practical perspective of where you are when you're getting splits from your coaches out there on the course, when you're trying to pace yourself and gauge how fast to start, having that B seed go first to really set a standard. So when we have people like Matt Celine out there in the front, setting the pace, everybody else is able to kind of gauge if they are have started too fast or too slow.
Awesome. That's great insight from an experienced veteran there. And a little update from the live timing. Andreas Kierking out of the University of Denver has taken the lead, a mere 4 seconds over our local Scott Patterson.
And that makes Matt slide down into 4th place at this point, but still all within 5 seconds. So still a very, within 25 seconds. So still a very close race. But Andreas slaying down a very fast first lap.
Micah Steinberg out of the University of Denver just won out on course there.
And bib number 46, Henry Snidner from St. Paul, Minnesota. He skis for Team Berkey, one of the powerhouse teams in the Midwest. He attended Michigan State Tech University. And my favorite fact about Henry is that he likes to eat waffles before he races for breakfast every morning. And Coben Carpenter is up in the starting gate. He is from Carbondale, Colorado, but skis for the University of Alaska ski team. He is off and running on the course. The University of Alaska has a lot of skiers in the race today. As we mentioned, the national championships are also selection criteria for many of the teams that will be competing this winter, but also this is a college championship race, or college race as well, so all of the college teams are competing not only against the national team competitors, but against the other college competitors as well. So big team for the University of Anchorage, Alaska, and a big team from a lot of the other colleges from all over the country. So very exciting that we have sort of races within the races.
That's right, and we just had some of our first finishers. Matt Celine finished over 20 seconds over Colin Freed from the University Michigan Tech. Excuse me. And we should start seeing a steady stream of finishers coming in here now.
And Matt finished in the 10K in 22 minutes and 10 seconds, which is a fairly fast time. But as we said, the course is in fast conditions. It's hard. Even though the cold temperatures, the snow is pretty worked over. We haven't had much new snow here in Anchorage, Alaska, so they're skiing on some old, finely coarse-grained snow, and so it makes the course a bit faster, and 22:10 is a good time to be beat today. That is the standard so far.
Peter Hines out of Anchorage, Alaska, skiing for UAA, out on the start today. Peter is one of a longtime competitors of mine. He is super light on his feet, as you can see. It looks like he's floating there. Sometimes you always wonder, how is Peter going so fast? It's because he floats on his skis.
And next up is number 51, Benin Brattenbow from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. He skis for the University of Minnesota, another college skier starting today, and we have him off and going on the course. At the same time, we have a couple of skiers coming through to the finish line, or a couple skiers coming through the lap. So you're going to see skiers coming through the stadium, some of them coming into the finish on their final lap, as we see the finishers start to challenge Matt's time, but many of them coming through also on the lap as well. So.
That's right. Looks like it was Skylar Patton and Luke Fricker who finished here. I don't have their times pulled up quite yet, but they both crossed that line in technically the 3rd and 4th position. We have a University of Alaska Fairbanks athlete on the starting line right now. That is Aiden Hay out of Canada. I apologize for him. I can't remember his exact hometown. He is in his sophomore season. He had a very promising freshman year last year, but he's looking to prove himself this year and make a name.
And the next up is Henry McGill from Steamboat Springs. He skis for Dartmouth College, and he is about ready to take off. He was in part of the Scandinavian Cup Tour last year, where he placed fifth, and is off competing for Dartmouth today, as well as looking to make a name for himself at the National Championships. And next up is Peter Warner. He's from Victor, Idaho. He skis for Middlebury College, and he is getting ready to come into the starting gate as we see number 10 getting ready to cross the finish line, giving it his all.
Charging down that finish line was Philipp Musmeyer out of Germany, skiing for the University of Alaska Fairbanks team. He's had some extremely promising results as a junior, even racing in the junior championships last season.
But at the finish line today, we've had how many people come across the finish line? About 5 people finished so far, and we still have Matt.
Matt Sleen's still leading with Colin Freed in second. Benjamin Dolby, the UF ski team's skier, is moved into third. Luke Fricker is sitting in fourth. And it just changed. Philipp Musmeyer is now in third over his teammate Benjamin Dolby.
And we are seeing number 12 come through just as we...
It's Elijah Wenig.
And in the starting gate is Keelan Durham from Williams, off onto the course. And up next is number 58, Declan Hutchinson from St. Michael's College, and he is also getting ready to take in the starting gate. So you have skiers at this point starting off on their first lap, skiers coming into the finish line like skier number 11, who is Ari Endestad, who we missed at the starting line, but who is the son of Adun Endestad, also a former Olympian. But Ari has done extremely well in the last couple of years in skiing, very, very well to date. And we are waiting for Ari's time to come up as he crosses the finish line. Bib number 59 is Buster Richardson. He is on the U.S. Ski Team Development Team, and he is really an up-and-coming, one of the younger members of the development team, really a shining hope for the U.S., not only today, but in many years to come. And we look forward to watching him as he launches out onto the first lap of his race. So we have bib number, we have Matt Celine still leading the race at the finish line. His time of 22:10 still stands as the top time. And he started early in the race, but many finishers have come through the finish, and he's still maintaining the lead at this point. In comes bib number, into the finish comes bib number 16. And bib number 16 is
Jack Christner
from Middlebury College. And
Davis Isom out of APU ski team just crossed the finish line. Should be a pretty solid result from him.
Bib number 62 starting, Alex Affedal from Sweden, but skiing for Michigan Tech today, and he is out on the course. And as you can see, 2 skiers coming into the finish now, bib number 17 and bib number 19. Bib number 17 is Zachary Zane, and bib number 19 is Reed Gobble. And both of those coming in, when Reed is bib number 19 and just getting ready to overtake bib number 17, that means he's made up a minute on the the first skier as
That's right.
he over the course of the 10 kilometers. So he's had a good day. And in comes bib number 21.
I believe that is Andreas Kierking, I believe.
Andreas Kierking, who we've been looking at as having very fast split times early on in the race. So we'll see if he is able to unseat Matt Celine for that
right.
top slot, or if Matt will stay at the top of the leaderboard. We really are seeing all of the A seeds start to come in here. You see bib number 20 coming in, Crystal Katatulak from Czechoslovakia, from the University of Denver, and he's coming across the finish line. We do have many more men's starters, though, yet waiting to start. We have over 200 people, 231 men starting today, so there's a lot of men that still have not gone out on the course. And Max, what does that feel like when you're waiting to start and there's already people crossing the finish line?
That's such a double-edged sword type of feeling out there. You're sitting there warming up, still a little bit cold, and seeing all your buddies just finish, and they're all happy and sigh of relief. You still got to go out there, keep that mindset up, and be ready to rock when you get on that line. We also had Scott Patterson, bib number 22, just finish. His time isn't up. And as we mentioned earlier, Andreas Kierking moves into first over Matt Celine here. His time is about 10 seconds faster than Matt.
And Andreas has been skiing well all year and has consistently been a good skier from the University of Denver. He does hail from Norway, so he's not eligible to win the national championship today, but he certainly can take the victory home, which is equally as important to some of these racers, to come here to race against the best Americans, to really hone their skills in 2025 and look forward to the NCAA championship or other races throughout the year. So this really is the biggest national stage event that the cross-country skiers will compete in on home soil, at least. Many of them are already over competing in Europe at the World Cup and the Tour de Ski. So many of the top racers are choosing to be over racing in Europe right now, but we have very, very elite skiers here competing for spots at the World Championship team, the World Junior team, the 2025 Scandinavian Cup for our junior skiers. So a lot of opportunities for people to have international competitions in the future, all because of these races. The selection criteria will stem off these races. So Scott Patterson moves into second, it looks like, at the finish line. So we have Andreas in first still, with Scott Patterson in second, and
Reed Goebel is still sitting in third there, just over Matt Celine. Impressive Matt, B seed, is still holding on strong in the top 5 there.
With Garrett Butts rounding out the 5th position in the top 5. And in the starting line we have bib number 71, Anchorage, Alaska high school star out of Service High School, Aaron Powers, now skis for Dartmouth College, ski meister for multiple years, I believe, and has had a very, very strong career here in Anchorage, and I'm sure he's very happy to be home racing on his home courses here in Kincaid Park.
That's right, and he's racing, I believe, ahead of his brother Joel Powers, who skis for the University of Montana. Joel's senior season here. He should be starting sometime soon. I'm not exactly sure where. Him and his brother have always had a fierce rivalry, and it's very cool to race against both of them.
Yeah, and I think having raced with a sister, it is fun to have a sister or a brother out on the course who can understand what you're going through and the nerves and the jitters that you get before a national championship. And to be able to share that with a sibling is pretty important and special.
Will Koch and Hugo Hinkfuss both have crossed the finish line. Their official time has not popped up here yet, but they looked extremely strong powering through.
And as we said, Will Koch is one of the up-and-coming skiers to watch, and so we will keep an eye on his time. But right now we have bib number 73, Alaska Winter Stars, taking off, Noah Margruder, and he is off and on the course for his. He's a junior still, so he is competing in probably one of his first national championships. But we look for good things from the Alaska Winter Stars. Are a strong club team. They have over 25 athletes competing today as a club, and coached by Jan, and has done a great job at developing many of the great athletes here in Alaska that have gone on to do great things at World Juniors, Olympics, and beyond.
Carl Rune just crossed the finish line. And a little update, Walker Hall out of the University of Utah just moved into second, 2 seconds over Hugo Hinkfuss of the University of Colorado, bumping Scott Patterson down to 4th place with Reed Goebel rounding out that top 5. Will Koch sitting in 6th with Matt Celine 7th. Garrett Butts from APU ski team sitting in 8th.
And going out of the starting gate is Oscar Flora, skiing for APU. His name is kind of synonymous with APU. His father, Eric Flora, has been a longtime coach of APU since the very beginning of the program, and Oscar has made a name for himself, both in running and skiing here in Alaska. Has come onto the scene as a freshman, been strong his entire career, and now as a senior, and looking to make his mark here at the senior
and he's
national championships.
Just moved up to the APU elite team, so training with the big dogs.
Oscar is certainly a talented young skier, and we look for great things from him.
John Hagenbuch, Johnny moves into 1st place over Andreas Kierking, who's down about half a second there, with Walker Hall still sitting in 3rd. So it looks like some of our favorites from before the race started are indeed coming out fast and strong. Still more to go.
We are, and Johnny was one of the Hagenbuch was one of the ones that we thought he's on an upward trend. He did well in the last Super Tour at exactly this distance. He's already qualified for skiing the World Cup, so the pressure's off of him a little bit to just go out and not have fun, but enjoy himself while he's out ski racing. But, you know, all these positions, each race is positioning athletes for what race they will be able to ski at the World Championship. So if this is in fact his distance, which seems to be, he seems to be one of the distance skiers, or he does well in all, but this happens to be one that he does particularly well, this may have secured him a spot for start rights at the World Championship.
That's correct. So. Michael Earnhardt just crossing the finish line, last year's Super Tour champion and APU skier, powering along strong. I'm certainly interested to see how he pops up on the result list.
And Michael Earnhardt is just rounding out the very tail end of the A seed. We have a few more skiers coming in, but when we're starting to talk about the results at the finish, we are starting to look fairly close to something that will look like the final results list. A C-seeded skier can always come in and surprise us, but it is generally the A and B seeds that tend to be in the top 20 of the result list. And it's interesting that the Andreas and Johnny are only 0.8 seconds apart over 10Ks. That really is quite remarkable about the fitness level of all of these top athletes, that you can compete and go, you know, thousands of steps and only be 0.8 of a second apart. So
it looks like Michael Earnhardt moves into 6th position there, just over Reed Goebel and Brian Bushy out of the University of Utah. Is a strong result from Michael. He had some rather slow start on the Period 1 World Cup, so he's looking to really put himself back up there and let everybody know he's out here and he's strong.
And all of these skiers are really eager to get this first one under their belt, to kind of get the jitters out, to have one down, and to have a top 10 under your on the first day is always a good feeling, because you can kind of go and take the cover off and let it rip for the rest of the time with a real solid result like that. We do have some more skiers coming into the finish, but we also have bib number 83, I believe, starting.
Blake Hanley, UAF ski team. He's from Anchorage, Alaska, I believe, skiing for West High School, and Alaska Winter Stars with Jan before he came to UAF. He had some very promising results as a junior, and I'm looking forward to see how he does as a collegiate skier.
Longtime Alaskan family in education, and Blake has certainly done well in high school and gone on to do even better things at the University of Fairbanks, so that's wonderful.
Some more notable Alaskan finishers. Luke Jager finishing out in 4th place, with Hunter Wonders following closely behind in 7th, about 10 seconds behind him.
That's a good result for Luke. I mean, I know that he probably wanted to be in the top 3, but a solid 4th place finish today would be a good way to start the day. So really, the top 3 being Johnny Hagenbuch, Andreas Kirking, Walker Hall, Luke Jager, and Hugo Hinkfuss. Not a real lot of surprises. Maybe Walker Hall is a little bit of a surprise, be up in 3rd, but not really a surprise because he's really been progressing each year, getting a little bit better and a little bit better. But anything that surprises you at all, Max, on the results if you look at the top 10 thus far?
No, I mean, these are some collegiate skiers that I've skied against for the last 8 years, and this is, I'd say, a pretty typical result. Walker is an extremely strong skier. I think he's always been up there in the top 10, top 15, but I'd say sometimes when he's 15th, that's a bad race for him. So out there in 3rd, he's looking hot, so that's an awesome way for him to start the season. Hugo Hinkfuss also sitting in 4th, or 5th. Looks like actually tied with Luke Jager, 4th and 5th there. He's had some great strong results in the sprint, so it's awesome to see him maybe building some of that endurance back up and really come out strong in this distance race. There's actually a shot there. There's Walker Hall cooling down with his teammate Brian Bushy as we zoom into Gong Hill, the bottom there, as some of these lower seed skiers were warming up there.
And again, you are listening to the live stream from Anchorage, Alaska, the 2025 U.S. National Championships. The championships are brought to you this year by ConocoPhillips of Alaska. They've been a title sponsor of the national championships here when they're in Alaska for as long as I can remember, which is a really long time.
That's a very long time. Conoco sponsors everything up here.
I think they were the sponsor when I skied my first national championships here in 1994 and made my first Olympic team here, but also sponsored by Toyota, who is also a sponsor of the U.S. ski team, ski and snowboard team, but also a sponsor of today's events. So our 2 major sponsors, ConocoPhillips of Alaska and Toyota.
That nice camera shot there was Emil Juntinen finishing, lying down after a well-earned hard effort out there on the course.
And starting now is Hatcher Minkins. He skis for APU. He is an Anchorage skier. Off to a very fast start, nice and light on your skis, and he's heading out onto the course. The sun is rising over the trees at this point at about 11:45 this afternoon, and you can see the sun kind of shining into the stadium there. That will do a lot to warm up the course.
That will.
And warm up the skiers as they finish to come across the finish line. It really is nice to go out for your warm down and not be worried about the cold air on your lungs after putting in such a major effort as many of the athletes have done today. You can see many of the people in the starting line. They're still in the shade, however, and so they've got blankets on, trying to stay warm. The temperature is still probably about 7 degrees outside right now, so we are still in somewhat cold conditions, but I will say the volunteers have done a wonderful job, Max, at pulling together the course. We haven't had a lot of snow in Anchorage in the last 30 days, and so there was a lot of people shoveling, a lot of snowmaking efforts, and a lot of volunteer time to put the course together, and it really did come together in a wonderful way today. But that does take effort, so thank you to all the volunteers who came out to support that.
Yes, and I know a lot of these volunteers have a lot of their children out here racing, so for them to take their time out of their day and maybe miss some of their kids' finishes is really incredible for them. I know these volunteer base has been out here for years. I remember them helping me start my races a few years ago. They're not quitting anytime soon.
So I think with the A, B, and most of the seed in at this point, do you want to give us a rundown of the top 10 finishers in the men's 10K individual start freestyle event?
I can for sure do that. We got John Hagenbuch sitting in first with a time of 21:23, followed closely behind by Andreas Kierking, only a second behind, with Walker Hall out of the University of Utah sitting in third. Luke Jaeger of the APU and the U.S. ski team sitting in fourth, with Hugo Hinkfuss tied with him in fifth. Or fourth position there, however you want to say it. Scott Patterson out of APU sitting in sixth. Hunter Wonders seventh. And Michael Earnhardt, all three skiing for APU actually, with Reed Goebel from the Bridger Skis Foundation Pro Team sitting in ninth. Brian Bushy from the University of Utah rounds out the top 10 right now, which is looking pretty unchanged with the remaining finishers. All of these are strong competitors that have been in the top 10, top 15 for the last few years, and it's awesome to see them have some great results.
And all only separated by 40 seconds or so. I mean, that really 35 seconds is the top 10. That's the spread across the top 10 finishers today, which really goes to show what a tight race it is, and every second does count out there. And I think there is a lot of good depth in that, and what I think is really great for the country and for our national team is that there's a lot of diversity. I mean, you have a lot of APU skiers in the top 10, but there's a lot of skiers from other teams as well. University of Utah, University of Denver. You've got Bridger Ski Foundation in the top 10. University of Colorado, Dartmouth. You've really got some diversity, and it really goes to show there are a lot of great programs that are producing great athletes out there, and it's exciting to see so many people in the top 10.
I can tell you that certainly excites me, seeing how deep this base goes for the men. I know for the last few years the U.S. ski team women have had some amazing results, and the men are slowly clawing their way up there, led by some local Alaskans, Gus Schumacher, Luke Jaeger, Scott Patterson, although he is retired officially from his international skiing. But these are all some young guys that have been just racing these U.S. Nationals not a few years ago. So it's great to see how solid this base is and how even deeper it gets every year.
It's funny, Max. It feels like things go in waves. The women, have really, really strong depth for a long time.
That's
and
right.
And the men's program has sort of been a couple steps behind. But you've got this whole group of young junior guys that came up together that are all actually pushing each other within a couple of years together, and they really are all together really taking large steps forward, and we do expect them to really do excel on the international scene as well. And so we are starting to see some really great results on the men's side.
Yes.
I think in the Period 1 World Cups, but also we've seen some strong showings from Gus Schumacher in the Tour de Ski, and so we really are starting to see the men come on strong and join the women on the podium, which is always a wonderful thing.
That is right, and it looks like we got bib number 53, Aiden Hay, a UAF skier, coming in strong. You'll notice about Aiden, he's very sturdy, he's a big skier, and it's super awesome to see him come across. I can't wait to see how well he does today on the national stage and also in the collegiate scene.
And again, you see the bibs number 101 through 106 starting to line up at the starting line. I remind you, we have 231 men starting today, so we have many more waiting to start. But bib number 101 is Murphy Kimball. He is a local boy, skis for the University of Anchorage, and he is a junior national sprint champion, and we look forward to watching him compete today in the 10K event.
That's right. And he had some really strong, promising results in last few weeks. Besh Cups, I believe, almost winning the sprint there and doing decent in the 10K mass start.
Probably better known as a sprinter, but
Slightly.
That oftentimes comes with age as he's getting older. The distance races start to become easier and more natural, but he certainly has a good sprinting gene in him.
Bib 103, Nate Struble from, I'm not exactly sure which team that is, starting out strong there. Looking extremely solid with that V2 as he heads down the ramp and into the woods and starting his 2-lap journey to the finish line.
And right before him was Silas DeArt, who skis for Plain Valley Nordic. They also have a team here today, so great to see them out here competing as a team as well.
Campbell McLaren on the start line. Again, I apologize. I'm not exactly sure which team that is finishing. We got bib number 59 coming across the finish line out of APU. That is, oh, and it dropped out here.
That's Buster Richardson.
That's right. He's on the U.S. Ski Team development team. An extremely strong skier, extremely passionate. He has a very high energy, and it's great to have on the scene.
And in the starting gate right now is 106, Callahan Waters. He skis for BSF, and he is getting ready to take off on his first lap out of the starting gate as we see bib number 60 coming across the finish line, or coming into the finish chute. Bib number 60 is Trig Solberg from Michigan Tech crossing the finish line. And you can see they have turned up the music to try to keep the skiers who are waiting in the starting gate with 5 to 10 degree temperatures out excited and ready to go. And today we are lucky to have the announcer who's down in live with the skiers, Adam Verrier, a former Olympic teammate of mine, who I competed with for many years on the U.S. ski team, is doing the live announcing today. And you have Max. Max, how do I say your last name?
It's all right, Bayer Grossline.
You can see why it's a difficult one to say. Commentating with me, and again, this is Nina Kempel, also a local here in Anchorage, and happy to be here with all of you on the live stream feed today.
And Nina, you have quite a history with, well, I guess this event. Didn't you first make a team out of this exact stadium quite a few years ago?
I did. Actually, it was my second Olympic team, Adam informed me yesterday, but the Olympic trials were here for the first time we had ever hosted the Olympic trials, and yes, I made the Lillehammer Olympics, which was my second
That's
Olympics, together with Adam. Sue Forbes, who I think was out and about, Bill Koch, who's here today watching his son Will, who placed well today, top 10 or top 15 today, and with Leslie Hall, and with many of the people that I have the pleasure of now watching their kids race, which is fun and exciting.
That's awesome. That's incredible that you can come back here and help us announce and help out with the community. We greatly appreciate greatly appreciate it. We had Owen Young cross the finish line from University of Vermont. He is a local Alaskan skier, headed off to Vermont to do some skiing out there. Bib number 64, Wilson Moore. I believe that's a Bridger Ski Foundation suit there, just crossing the finish line.
So in Bib number 112 is John Lewis. He is actually, not only does he ski for the APU ski team, but he also skis on the U.S. Junior Biathlon team. So he is doing both biathlon and cross country. It has served him well so far. He does extremely well in both techniques, and we encourage that at somebody his age to continue to do both. His success in the biathlon side has been remarkable, and we're just glad that he's out here today joining the APU ski team.
UAA skier crossing the finish line, Aaron Bjornstad, crossing and looking pretty exhausted after such a hard course. Like I mentioned earlier, this course is really tough just for the profile. It's not really too much break. Any break you do have is pretty fast and grueling on those legs. So not really a true break for your legs there.
And the cold weather definitely takes a toll on your body as well. The cold air on your lungs tends to create more contraction in your lungs and makes it a little bit harder to get oxygen in into your muscles. So a little additional challenge today that
most definitely
that most of the skiers are fairly used to, so it won't be too much of an inconvenience. But
Phineas Fisher from the Montana State ski team coming across the finish line and lying down on his back as he gave it probably one of his best efforts today to come on strong on the first day of the 2025 U.S. Nationals.
And Kincaid Park, where the national championships are being held today, has a long history. It was once a active Nike missile site.
That's right.
It got deactivated, and a lot of the wax bunkers that we are actually waxing skis in are old missile silos. The warming chalet, where the skiers are getting changed and changing their clothes, preparing for the race, is actually an old, formerly manned missile silo. So a lot of history from the Cold War days here in Kincaid Park, but has certainly made a very nice venue. If you look out today on your way driving into Kincaid, you can actually see Denali, the highest mountain in North America, but also wonderful views of Cook Inlet and the surrounding Chugach Mountains.
Gavin Galliard out of the Montana State ski team for crossing the finish line after some of his teammates there. Looking exhausted. I'm sure he's excited to get some warm clothes back on and head home for the day and get ready for the weekend.
And bib number 118 is Oliver Mataki. He is from St. Michael's College in the purple and white and yellow suit. Very distinctive suits from St. Michael's College, and he is off and onto the course. And what's interesting for some of you watching at home, maybe where it isn't 5 degrees outside, is many of these skiers are just wearing lycra suits, maybe a pair of long underwear underneath, but that's not much protection against going 25 or 35 miles an hour on the downhills in the bitter cold. So when they come across the finish line, they have to be really tired to want to fall down in the snow.
Well, sometimes that snow is actually a little bit warmer than they're feeling. Actually, their skin gets so frost nipped almost in a sense with the wind and such that snow helps insulate a little bit. And I can tell you, it does feel a little bit warmer. But thankfully to our awesome volunteers, they're going to help them get those bibs and timing chips off as fast as they can. Actually, my mom is out there for another year in a row, standing out all day, taking bibs off. And then we have a nice tent at the finish they can go in if they are too cold to heat up before they put their clothes back on and go cool down.
And Max, this year the skiers had to go through a little bit of a different protocol before the race. Usually the protocol before going to the race is you test your skis to pick your fastest pair of skis. You have to get your skis marked at the starting line. But this year there's a whole new testing process of actually testing your skis to prevent athletes from using fluorocarbons, which is a wax that is proven to be somewhat dangerous for athletes and the wax technicians. So they've banned it. Also gives an advantage to some skiers that may be able to afford a more expensive wax. So they've tried to equalize the skis
correct.
by testing so that no one is able to use fluoros, and that's a whole new process for the athletes, right?
Yes, it is. Usually you have to drop your skis off 30 or so minutes beforehand, and then you can when you come in the start corral, they'll hand you your skis. Not everyone's skis are tested. It's a little fairly random. Some of the top predicted skiers will have more predictable testing. I believe this year, once you finish, you'll hand your skis off, and that is where they'll do some testing, and then you can come back and pick up your race skis afterwards. That's why a lot of these skiers have warm-up skis out here so they can go cool down or warm down as their race skis are held hostage, per se,
Yep.
as they get tested.
And this is not new on the World Cup, but this is new here domestically, and a new process that's being worked out, and athletes are having to work it into their routine
That's correct.
as a new process. And much like doping control, it's really meant to equalize the playing field, to make sure that everyone's competing on an even starting line, or in this case, I guess, an even finish line.
Trey Jones out of the University of Colorado finishing there. He's current U.S. Ski Team D-Team member, coming across strong. And also Oscar Flora out of APU has just finished a little while ago, it looks like. He's popping up on my results list. Like we mentioned earlier, Oscar Flora is the son of Eric Flora, local legend and head coach for the APU ski team. I can tell you he's one of the best coaches out there, as I've personally trained under him. And I'm sure his son is lucky to have him as a coach and a dad to coach him in everyday things.
And a little known fact about Oscar Flora is his uncle is actually an Olympic athlete, was on the
Wow.
Olympic team with
I did
me,
not know
Lars
that.
Flora. And I believe in 2002 in Salt Lake City, Lars Flora was on the U.S. Olympic team.
Looks like Oscar is set up well to make that Olympic team. I won't jump the gun now, but I'll be interested in a few years to see how he does.
Yeah. Well, and Oscar is actually one of those that has a sibling out here, and we'll see Marit Flora in the women's race a
Correct.
little later. Also a very talented athlete on the women's side.
Runs in the family. Bib 80 from the University of Northern Michigan coming across the line. Gave it his all. That is Adric Kraftson.
And bib number 79, Luke Rosario from the University of Vermont, also crossing the finish line.
I'm trying to get there. Okay, I'll stand like this.
The
You had mentioned that earlier.
and going out of the starting gate is 127, which is Nate Veltman, skiing for Bridger Ski Foundation, and he is off and on the course. And coming into the finish line is bib number 82. Bib number 82 is Justin Lucas from APU, coming across strong.
I've trained with Justin this last few summers. He's an extremely strong skier for being at a younger age. I know I've always look at him steaming there in the sun. A lot of heat coming off his body, so he gave it a very good effort out there. Sitting in 34th currently, actually. So a very strong effort for him, considering he's a little bit farther back in the seating.
A strong effort in, probably Justin's first national championships, and on his home course. But it's still a different kind of race to come out here when you have 231 racers competing from all over the world, really. But certainly the best in the United States here today. Bib number 81 is Charles Ben Oldham from UNH, University of New Hampshire. And again, the college race happening as part of the national championships here at Kincaid Park today. And the college racers are all competing both in the overall results, but also in a subset of results of just the collegiate skiers today.
That's correct. And I know being a collegiate skier, sometimes looking at the U.S. national results, you can be a little bit disheartening, but you look at that college result and you'll see, oh, you were actually top 30. So it is nice to be competing as a collegiate skier. There's not 230 collegiate skiers racing. Like APU ski team, one of the top teams out here, is not competing in that college cup. But that still does not take out some of the top competitors. But yeah.
And on the course is bib number 131, Gabe Black. He is one of the 5 or 6 skiers from the Matsu Nordic Club, which is out of the Matsu Valley here just a little bit north of Anchorage. And they have a very strong team. And Eric Strabel, who used to be coach with the university with APU, has now switched over and is coaching the Matsu Ski Club, which is great to have a great talented coach out there in that area as well. They have great trails out there and host many of the races around, and really are starting to produce some really great young athletes, and we look forward to all of the athletes that are competing here today to see what they can do at their first national championships.
That's correct. Previously, ANR, Alaska Nordic Racing, had been the strong dominant force out in the valley, but the Matsu Ski Club is coming in strong with Eric Strabel living out there now, coaching for them. So they're a very strong base. They have some extremely strong skiers and some cool coaches helping them out. Obviously, Eric Strabel, a local legend around here.
And Eric actually grew up and skied for the Palmer High School, I think. And so he's really going back to his roots.
He is.
He's running up the mountains that he trained with all of his athletes, and it's good to see him back on his home ground.
Bib number 88 charging down the finishing stretch here.
Logan Drevlo from Loppet Nordic Racing coming into the finish line. Logan is a junior competing in today's race.
Kieran Kaufman, a U18 skier from the Fairbanks Nordic Ski Club, had some extremely strong results as a U16. I believe winning some junior national titles. Looking to prove himself as a U18 as he progresses in the age groups.
And starting in the starting gate, 136, Woody West of Bridger Ski Foundation, and he is off and running as we start into the last 100 skiers on the men's side that are heading out onto the course. He is followed by Fenn Christensen, who skis for the Green Mountain Valley School, a very strong ski school in the East Coast, and we look forward to seeing. They have a bigger team here than I've seen in the past. So this is exciting for them to have such a strong presence, and we look forward to seeing what Finn is going to do out there today.
That's right. It looks like they have some juniors. The last few years they've had some U23 plus men racing, but it's exciting to see some junior guys from that club and that region of the U.S. come out here and give it their all. Got bib number 89, a Michigan Tech Husky charging down the finish line. That is, it'll pop up, Yannick Pouchard from, I believe, Sweden coming across the line. Coming across the line, followed by Hatcher Menkins, local Anchorage skier and APU skier who's had some very good high school results, coming across the line, keeling over after he gave it his all.
139, the starting gang, Fisk Johansson. Fisk is from Casper Nordic, and he is a junior taking off on the course. Coming in is bib number 91. Bib number 91 is Jake Adikoff. He is from Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation, crossing the finish line. And number 93 is a Ford Sayer skier out of Hanover, New Hampshire, James Underwood, crossing the finish line with that foot in front to make sure he maximizes every last second in the timing to break the timing lens as he crosses the finish line.
That's right, and as the top competitors today can tell you, every second counts. Again, with John Hagenbuch finishing barely a second ahead of Andreas Kierking. And, it could have been Andreas could have just not thrown his boot far enough forward, and that could have cost him the first place today. So it helps to practice that every second counts and really lunging and getting out there.
And it looks like Walker Hall was, again, only 1.5 seconds in third, was 1.5 seconds in front of Luke Jaeger. And Luke Jaeger and Hugo Hickepus were exactly tied.
Exactly tied down to the millisecond, actually.
As an athlete, those are always questions you have to reski the course and say, could I have not gotten a half second more somewhere
Exactly.
out
Could
there?
I pulled one more time over the top of that hill?
Yeah.
Exactly. Bib number 142 starting out there. That is Quinn Uva out of Ford Sayer Nordic, charging down the ramp and getting a great start. He looks nice and relaxed in the sun there. He knows he has quite a few kilometers to make up time and maybe steal the title.
And a nice shot of the race officials out there at the starting line, along with bib number 144, who is one of my favorites. This is my nephew, Logan Cuddy. He's a senior at Service, and well, probably not a hopeful to win today. Certainly a hopeful to do the very best he can. And but we do look for great things from him. He's going to go on to ski at Harvard next year, but he is a very talented athlete in his own right.
That's awesome. And we also just had Joel Power, older brother of Aaron Power, who finished a few minutes earlier, come charging across the finish line. He's a senior for the Bobcat ski team, the Montana State ski team, followed closely behind by Josh Bowrick, a junior on the UAF, or University of Alaska Fairbanks ski team. Josh is a close friend of mine, an actual groomsman for my wedding coming up. So I'd say I know him fairly well. And behind him, we got Simon Zink for the Bridger Ski Foundation pro team come charging in behind Josh.
So the MSU program has really taken off in the last, I would say, 5 or 10 years, and
They
really
have.
grown and really developed a whole club program that's kind of incubated at MSU. A lot of the skiers go on to ski for Bridger Ski Foundation. How has that grown, and can you talk a little bit, Max, about what's been the success behind such a strong and positive kind of development arm that they developed in Montana there?
Well, I'm going to sound a little self-centered here for Alaskans. I think Adam, I can't remember his last name, who's the head coach, has really recruited a lot of great Alaskans who I skied with, Joel Powers, Kai Myers, forgetting the few more, a few female skiers that I'm blanking on their names right now. He's really recruited a lot of strong skiers from the West who have come in and really made the team a name to be reckoned with in the collegiate scene. And then a lot of those skiers, a lot of local skiers have seen that team grow and maybe haven't had the opportunity to ski for the team. And I believe Andy Newell started coaching out there for the Bridger Ski Foundation and really has made that team more of a name for itself. I can't remember if it was I'm not as knowledgeable as some people, being a little bit younger. I can't remember if that team had been around before or how much the team was around with before Andy. So I think Andy and Adam have kind of played off each other, maybe involuntarily, maybe not really realizing it, and kind of grown a really good ski culture out there.
I certainly think Andy put it on the map with his success and his desire to be at in that part of the country, and a very beautiful part of the country it is.
That is.
I mean, it's certainly a nice, lovely place to train. And Yuri has been the longtime coach there for the club coach, and also done a lot for Nordic racing here. And over the last 10 to 20 years, he's been around for quite a while building that program.
That's right. We had Murphy Kimball from the University of Alaska Anchorage come charging down the line. I'll be interested to see where he sits in the results. As mentioned earlier, he is a very good sprinter. He's proven himself. He's made a name for himself on the national level already, almost winning Best Cups last year, and I believe he had was in the senior heats last year at U.S. Nationals. He's also made some national teams for the U.S. Representing.
And that's a nice picture there. You can see one of the skiers coming in after his first lap going back out, and another skier, bib number 103, coming into the finish line. And bib number 103 is Nate Struble from JSSC, and he is crossing the finish line, followed by looks to be APU skier, bib number, tough to see in the glare there, but
it was actually Silas D. Atre from Plain Valley Nordic, U18 skier, come charging across the line. He looked very solid come up that finishing stretch. I know personally from experience, when you're finishing, coming slight uphill, it can be very easy to be too alternate or get very big, get very tired, but he had a very good form coming across the line there.
we have bib number 104 coming across the finish line right now. That's Campbell McLaren, finishing strong on this beautiful afternoon, Thursday, January 2nd. Again, the 25 U.S. Cross Country Championships hosted here by Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage. The municipality Anchorage Parks and Rec are the two organizers, but brought to you by our title sponsors, ConocoPhillips of Alaska and Toyota. The races today are also supported by Orthopedic Physicians Alaska, Kappa, Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Alaska, Life Med Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, Piston Bully USA, Kaladi Brothers, and Will Scott Construction. So we appreciate all of our donors, or all of our sponsors. These kind of events can't take place without the support of all of them, and they all contribute in such meaningful ways to make this all happen. For the 430 skiers that we have competing today, many of these skiers are racing for the first time in their national championships. Many of them are seasoned veterans vying for spots at the World Championships or World Cups later in the year. But it is to be certain that many of the skiers that we're seeing today will be on the next Olympic team, if not the Olympic team after that and the Olympic team after that. So it is all made possible by those sponsors that so graciously donated both their support as well as in-kind contributions. So thank you.
157, Sisu Lang out of Crossbury Ski Club charging down the ramp there as bib number 107 comes across the finish line. 107 is Miles Minor out of Green Mountain Valley School coming across the line. Looks like we have a little pack coming down, or well, that was a little pack of skiers. We're probably skiing together on the course, and maybe some of them gave them a slip coming up and over into the stadium.
And oftentimes skiers do group out there because once one of the faster skiers passes you, it's a lot easier to drop in behind them to catch their draft and to kind of match their stride. And it actually, if you need a little boost in your pace, it can actually give you an advantage to we call it suck off of them for a while, which means you can conserve energy while they're actually pulling you up the hill a bit. So you will see clumps of skiers coming in with the slower skiers trying to hang on to the faster skiers that are passing them. But in this case, number 110 is coming in all by himself and looking very strong. Daniel McCullough from St. Michael's College, crossing the finish line.
Ethan Stivar on the start line, Alaska Winter Stars skier, one of Jan's many skiers charging down the line there. In typical AWS fashion, he's big and tall, and he's going to be great at skate, I can already tell.
And John Lewis from APU coming across the finish line shortly after the Winter Star skier. These two clubs They all compete together on the high school scene, but it is a very, very healthy rivalry with the two clubs competing against each other. But at the end of the day, they all end up being on the same national team, the same World Junior teams, and the same Olympic teams together. So it's always good to go to those types of championships with people that you've competed against since you were young,
Exactly.
and trained with since you were young. So fun to see that kind of very healthy rivalry happen. But at the end of the day, we're all on the same team when we're competing internationally.
I know one of the unique things about Anchorage and even Alaska a little bit is just the amount of teams in kind of a small area. I know some other areas of the U.S. might have like one team for just one town. Anchorage is basically three, and then four, kind of counting the Matsuski team, but that they're out in Palmer, Wasilla. It's very nice to have the multiple teams. While you might be training every day with one of your buddies, you get to race and see your other friends all the time at races, and it really grows a lot of camaraderie. I know the current U.S. ski team men have all grown up skiing for some different clubs at a certain age, but they've come together and they're best of friends now. And I really like the system we got going in Anchorage.
Well, and I think what's happening in Anchorage is really only a small drop of what's really happening in the nation. I mean, you see strong teams like Team Berkey, BSF, Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation, Craftsberry Green Racing Project. That's a new, really fast-growing team.
It is.
Stratton Mountain has always been strong, but they have a particularly strong team right now. So a lot of really strong clubs coming into play and really putting some wonderful athletes at the forefront of the Nordic scene. And it really does, I think this is part of why Norway and Sweden have been so successful in the sport, is they do really embrace the club model, and you ski for your club as equally as much as you ski for your nation. And I think that we're really starting to get the depth of the club base here, as well as you can just see all the college athletes that are out there in their college suits today. That also feeds into the whole development system. Many of the colleges are acting in similar ways from the development pipeline standpoint of producing skiers
Very
that are
true,
walking
yeah.
on to the U.S. team, to the Olympic teams, either during their college career or shortly after.
And I can say, seeing that or being in the pipeline, I've been in that pipeline a little bit recently. It's very cool to see the coaches across the country work together to form similar systems to help their skiers kind of get to the same place and have more of that club foundation like you're talking about. You might think different clubs coaches are all rivals and things, but they often work together and feed off each other. On race day, they they might not smile to each other, and they're not really going to share those wax secrets. But during the summer and times when they're building big picture stuff, they do often work together. It's very cool, and it's something not very seen all the time. You don't really realize how close the coaching scene is, especially just in the U.S., which is quite a large country compared to some of those Scandinavian ones. Yeah.
Well, for a while I was the only woman on the U.S. ski team. Many of the people that I started racing with retired right in the middle of my career. So I moved to Norway with the support of the U.S. ski team and raced for a Norwegian club. And it was very interesting to go one weekend and race in the World Cup for the United States, and they would race for the Norway, and then the next weekend come back and race for the club team, similar to what a lot of the college kids are doing here, which is they're taking off their national team suits and putting on their college suits. But the rivalry from the person you were racing on the relay team for the Norway the weekend before, you're racing against on your club team. So
That's right.
I think we're starting to get that kind of good spirited encouragement between clubs that make us all stronger.
I couldn't agree more.
And into the finish now is bib number 119, which is Tristan Thrasher, coming across the finish line. So we have a little break in the action here as we're waiting for a few more skiers to come across. So I will just say, in addition to the sponsors we've already mentioned, the two title sponsors, ConocoPhillips and Toyota, we also have Waterson Construction, who provided a lot of the wax trailers and helped with the moving in efforts that it takes to have a race like this come off. NC Machinery, and of course we would not be able to do this live stream for you on the YouTube channel without 49th Media, who we thank for their efforts in supporting these races, so we can all bring the action from Anchorage, Alaska, the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Championships to you live on YouTube. And Max, I appreciate you being here today. I think the listeners will probably have understood that you know all the University of Fairbanks skiers well because you did compete for the University of Fairbanks, but you also skied competitively in high school here in Alaska for Chugiak.
Yep. Chugiak ski team out there in, Chugiak, Alaska, a little bit in between Palmer and Anchorage, Alaska. And then I skied for Alaska Nordic Racing, a club that's a little bit on the downturn right now, but they're going to come out stronger than ever. I know it, with the help of some local coaches. And then, I spent the last 4 years skiing for the University of Alaska Fairbanks, completing my Bachelor's of Biological Sciences up there. I moved back home and retired from ski racing per se at the young age of 22, and I'm looking to help out as however I can. That's why I'm awesome, blessed to be here with you and get to talk to you and hear some awesome stories and experience from your end.
And Max is just making you feel only a little bit old today because he was coached by Joey Kedenicho, who I went to kindergarten with and I skied with all the way through high school. And Jay Doris was also part of that circle, and it is funny that you were coached by them, and I skied with Joey for side by side for years and years. So
that's right, and Joey and Jay are incredible. I'd say behind the scenes and in middle scenes for years for the Alaska ski scene. You might not really realize it, but they are really involved and have been in the past, and they're two incredible people that have a gift for Nordic skiing and helping coach with that.
No, I would agree. They have done a lot. There's so many people here in Alaska that have really done a lot for the skiing, cross-country ski community, and Joey Kedenicho and Jay Doris certainly being two of the prominent ones. And as we are watching two finishers come across the finish line there, sun is blinding us a little bit, so I couldn't quite see their numbers, but we are seeing
that was Tori Hoffman out of PCSS and Landon Laverdier out of SSCV. I apologize, I don't know all those club abbreviations. We got bib number 127, Nate Veltman out of BSF, U20 finishing across the line there.
And you can see on the far right of your screen over there the skiers going up what we call Gong Hill on their probably second lap, getting ready to come into the finish line. But that is the second major climb in the course that you can see right there. It's called Gong Hills because there's a large gong on top of it, and nothing more creative than that. But it is a significant hill, the second significant hill in the 5K course. So they will ski that twice, and that will mean there are about 2 kilometers left to go. Here we come with another pack of 3 skiers coming across the finish line, bringing it home.
That was Sam Hutchinson, Quinn Holan, and Zach Shockey, all coming across the line there. All 2 of them U18 men with the U20, so all probably familiar with each other. Coming hot across that line. I'm sure they were veering for positions out there all course.
The national championships are a fun time to get to see all of your competitors and friends and acquaintances from all across the country. You've raced it against many of these folks from at World Juniors, at Junior Nationals, at other national championships. So it really is quite a nice way to come together and get to see a lot of people from across the country that you only get to see a few times a year. Of course, I don't think that they were making small talk as they came down to the finish line after 10 Ks of ski racing, but
no, they weren't. But I'm sure as soon as they finished and caught their breath, they talked about that course and what went on out there. I know one of the best parts is finishing and being able to talk with your fellow competitors who just came across the line with you.
And again, the races today are brought to you by the Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage, which we are delighted to have Keegan Randall, our very own Olympic gold medalist, return home to become the CEO and president of the Nordic Ski Club of Anchorage. And I think her comment is it is much easier to race in these races than it is to help organize and put them on. But so appreciative that Keegan is back and leading that organization and really helping the organization to continue to do the great work that it does, but also brought to you by the municipality of Anchorage, Parks and Rec, a really strong partnership that we have here between the Parks community and the ski culture, the ski community. So co-organized by both volunteers on both sides, but again, wonderful to have Keegan back, but also wonderful to have volunteers from both organizations out here today helping us with all of the logistics and making sure our skiers are safe. We have medical officials out there, we have course officials out there, we have hospitality officials out there, we have officials making sure the spectators know where to go and where the best place to watch the races are. I believe there's people out there handing out cowbells in the spirit of cross-country skiing and the European musical interlude. So we really are trying to make this a big event, as big of an event as we can for all the skiers that have traveled a long way to get to Anchorage, Alaska for the national championships. And as we kick off here on a Thursday, I imagine that the spectators, there'll be a lot more spectators here on the weekend. Not only is the weekend both starting off with the sprint race, which is for spectators, for many spectators, much more exciting.
Yes,
I come from the old school of before we had sprint racing, so I still find the traditional distance races to be very exciting. But I'm sure there'll be a very good crowd out here on Saturday for the sprint races, and then again on Sunday for the races on Sunday. And I would just like to say on Sunday they will name the World Junior team, I believe.
That's right.
And the Scandinavian Cup teams. The World Championship teams and the World Cup teams will not be announced until February, but we will try to get a representative from the U.S. ski team to come in and talk about the selection criteria, what role these 4 races play in that, and how the actual selection process and when the announcement will be made. But we figure we will get one of our Alaskan-owned development coaches to come in and talk to us about that at some point this week.
Yeah, and I can provide a little bit of insight. I can say for the Junior Worlds and the U18 Scandinavian trip, the 2 out of 3 races are what qualifies them for those teams. So today, Saturday, and Sunday, with the teams being announced on Sunday. The U23 World Championships or World Juniors, that team needs the best 3 out of 4 races. So next Tuesday's race will actually count for them. Or can count for them, whereas most of the races are only using today, Saturday, and Sunday's races as qualification. But like Nina said, we'll have a more qualified individual come and hopefully chat with you guys and give a little bit more insight into the exact specifications behind the qualifying. Even though I've raced for quite a few years, it is all I never remember how that all exactly works. That was always slightly confusing. I just updated the list and crossed my fingers.
Well, I think as an athlete, all you can do is go out there and ski as fast as you can ski, and the rest of it is details that are decided long in advance and far too complicated to really lose too much sleep over. But generally speaking, I think the criteria has actually been the same for the last 25 years, and it seems to be proven. It's used by other countries, very similar model.
Yeah.
I think it's actually based on a European model, and it does seem to ultimately pick the best team at the end of the day. It's always tough when you're right on the brink, and you're either just in or just out, but at the same time, some of the best performances have come from those who've been right on the edge of making the team. So
they have, yes.
And have encouraged people to go on to the next year and make the team with more of a definitive explanation point. But but I can say, having been on both sides of that
Yeah.
of that
Oh,
decision,
yeah.
it is a tough thing, and everybody is kind of on pins and needles. But I think a lot of the nerves kind of have been kind of taken care of today, getting the first race under your belt, really kind of getting the jitters out, taking it out on the trail, and relaxing into the skiing. The second race is always easier,
Oh, yeah.
and then the third and fourth follow in suit. But would you go ahead and sort of give us an overview of the top 15 in the men's race today? I think most of the skiers have finished at this point. We're still waiting for a few more, but all of our men's skiers are out on the start. The women are warming up and getting ready. They start at 2 o'clock, which is a change in time from the originally published time, just to give more time for all the men to finish and get completed, and there be a little bit of break. Nope.
For sure. Well, for going over those live standings, which have not changed in a little while, we got John Hagebuch, Dartmouth skier, sitting in first, with Andreas Kierking, University of Denver, close behind him in second. Walker Hall, University of Utah, in third. Luke Jager and Hugo Hinkfuss, fourth and fifth, or other way around, as they are tied. Luke Jager skiing for APU, Hugo for the University of Colorado. Scott Patterson skiing for APU, sitting in sixth. Hunter Wonders, APU, sitting in seventh. Michael Earnhardt, APU, in eighth. Reed Goebel, BSF Pro Team, sitting in ninth. And Brian Bushy from the University of Utah rounds out the top 10, a mere 35 seconds back from Johnny's time. Peter Walter sits in 11th place, with Will Koch of University of Colorado sitting in 12th. Matt Celine, if you might remember, who was one of the first starters today, sitting in 13th, with Garrett Butts, APU, and then Crystal Zatlokol of University of Denver sitting in 15th. Christoph sitting there just 56 seconds behind Johnny, and that's 15th place there.
And what I would, and I misspoke when I said all the male skiers are out. There's still a handful of skiers, about 25 skiers, that are still waiting in the starting line, that are going out, and we'll keep trying to broadcast that to you live as the camera shows it to us. But coming across the finish line, 147.
Wells Wappet, Fairbanks ski team, coming across the line and lying down on the snow. Wells, a Fairbanks native, is used to extremely cold temperatures, so I'm sure today he's feeling balmy and hot as he lies down on the snow and recovers from that effort.
And bib number 145 and 146 coming across the finish line. That's Noah Erickson from Green Bay, and also used to the cold here, and Alex Current from the Bale Ski Club. Okay, and we are watching APU skier come across the finish line, 148. A good race for Oliver Wright. He is a U23, a U20 competitor, so a junior, one of our juniors, and he finishes strong in the men's 10K individual start. And we still are having racers start the race, and it really has warmed up. Whether the course is getting any faster or not is hard to tell at this point. It does look like the tracks are there are a little bit more loose snow on the trail, but the temperatures are warming up, which generally makes it a little bit faster. Across the line, 149, Jasper Jacobson. And And we are now watching the award ceremony for the on the podium in the stadium. It looks like it is for the junior men's, which will happen momentarily. And we will have those results for you here in just a second as we pull them up. And there you have your top three junior men. In first place, Lucas Wilmont. In second place, Benjamin Barbier. And in third place, Tabor Greenberg. There you have it, is your top three male juniors in the individual individual start skate 10K technique. And it looks like now we're going to do the award ceremony for the seniors. In third place, we have Walker Hall in time of 21:38. In second place, we have Andreas Kierking from University of Denver. And our national champion, Johnny Steele Hagenbuch, is our first place finisher in a time of 21:23. And you can see he's receiving a medal, U.S. Championship medal around his neck, as well as a cash prize of $1,200, which will be much appreciated, I'm sure, as your top three in the men's national championship 10K freestyle event. And coming across the finish line, we have 156, Joseph Slufka. Coming across the finish line and falling into the snow, giving it his all today. Thank you. And again, it's a shot of your top three men's national champions for the 10K, all getting on the top of the podium there, holding up their skis that have served them well today. Looks like three Fisher athletes on the podium today, and they will all take home a little bit of prize money, and they're all friends and good competitors standing together there on the stadium. They've competed against each other a lot, and all of them, it was a very tight race between the three of them today, with only 15 seconds spreading them apart. So congratulations to all of them. As we wait for the remaining final skiers in the men's 10K freestyle event to come into the finish line. You can see the women are starting to get warmed up and get ready for the women's event. They're just starting their warm-up now. That event starts at 2 o'clock, and so we look forward to a little bit of break in the action, but we will be back live at 2 o'clock for the women's, also 10K freestyle event, individual start, and
Age class results, maybe?
I think that's it.
Senior women?
Keep maybe scrolling.
23.
There you go.
Is this what you wanted?
Down.
You're looking for the under 18? U20.
Oh, this is U23 now.
18s, is that what you wanted?
That will be next. What's U23 is what they're doing right now.
U23 is right here. There you go.
Yep. This will be Johnny Hagerbush. It's men's.
Men's 23. I'm still trying to get my audio to you. I went to go plug in the cable snapped because it's so cold. So I have to get it on. But you guys are doing good. It sounds amazing. And I have this camera on you guys. When you guys have conversations,
I can't mute this, so they're picking this up.
so what you do is just go like.
Alrighty, folks. This is Max here back. I took a brief little break to go grab some refreshments. We are just watching the tail end of the male starters go through. The last starter here is at, I believe, let's look, 12:55:30. That is Jonah Nittasapon from Young Money. I'm not sure which team that is, but they seem to be new and young and have some money. There is about an hour break between starters for the men and the women. When there's a break and there's no more finishers, we'll have a little break here for us announcers with some music playing until just a few minutes before the women go. Got bib 230 in the starting gate there. That is Eli Cohen skiing for APU. Luke Pearson off the BSF team coming across the line. Elias Watson from Alaska Winter Stars just charging across the finish line. And folks, all skiers, all male skiers, I should say, are out on course. They'll be coming through for their first lap and then onto the second and finishing shortly thereafter. Jonah Gorman out of Mansfield Nordic crossing the finish line. U18 with a solid finish there. He's now leaning on his poles, collecting himself. And I can tell you, folks, keep tuning in for the live streams the next few days. We'll get these hiccups out of the way. We'll get some more camera angles up. The sprint day Saturday should be exciting with a camera up on top of Gong Hill and a few more for the finish. That'll be a little bit more riveting to watch than the time tick away, I should say. Not that interval start isn't interesting. Bib 182, I believe, 182 coming across the finish line. That is Declan Rodefeld out of University of Washington, Green Bay, coming across the line. Bib 185, Nathan Doughty out of Green Mountain School, just crossing the finish line there. Should have one more skier coming down the line. There he is, bibber number 190. That is Everett Robertson out of Casper Nordic, charging across the line, followed closely by Andrew Crouch from PCSS. With another skier coming down the line, Samuel Madsen from BSF team. Awesome young guys coming across the line, looking strong on this cold Alaskan day. What you might not be able to tell is the camera looks all nice and sunny. You can see from our spectators and volunteers they are all bundled up. We have Olaf Saugen out of Plain Valley Nordic across the line, and Zane Bratton out of Green Bay Nordic. Peter Norby skiing for Plain Valley Nordic, crossing the finish line there, leaning on his poles, super tired from a great effort out there. Good job. Looks like we have switched to having a break, so we'll be back in about 57 minutes for the the women's race, starting at 2 o'clock and 30 seconds with Marley Malanaro from the UAA ski team starting us off. Oh, never mind. They brought us back. They might have just been testing that out. We do still have a few more skiers. Darren Binning out of Rocky Mountain Racers was the last one coming across the line that we missed there. Number 195 coming across the line. That is Sylvester Williams from Team Soldier Hollow. Coming across strong. .194 coming across the finish line is Micah Wilder out of Plain Valley Nordic. Come charging across the line. Great finish, Micah. Ethan Elliott from the Alaska Winter Stars came charging across the finish line. He's a U16 who had a solid day out there. I'm sure he can hold his head high and be proud. Good job. Had Graham Sneidman head out on his second lap there, or that might have been Rufus Hinks, actually, or Chase Locker. I can't quite tell it from here. I wish we had a camera shot down there. Bib number 197 coming across the line. That is Walker Rollinson from ACS or ASC, followed closely behind by Liam Clearly. That is an APU Nordic Ski Team skier. U18 come charging across the line on his home court. I'm sure he felt strong out there. Good job, Liam. Bib number 205 coming across the line there. That is Connor Roberts with Team Berkey, followed closely behind Kel Christensen from BSF team. Just had Parker Osborne for SSCV come across the finish line. Good job, Parker. Bib number 201 coming charging down that finishing stretch there. That is Jack Dalby out of Chippewa and Valley Nordic. We have Isaac Novasad out of Ford Sayer Nordic. Came across the finish line just a few seconds ago.
Bring it just a little bit. Are they? I'm looking for a time to change the batteries.
I mean, if you wanted, there are still skiers, but it's one.
I'm gonna change this view. Put it over here. Nobody's leaving and going out.
Yeah, I know.
It's nice to see the commentators. I think it's when it's a paid
10, Chase Laker out of Kenai Central High School. Good job, Chase. A local out here. Great to see someone from the peninsula out here representing. Cole Mirek out of Peak Nordic coming across the line. Looking like a lot of energy there, a little burst. Super excited probably to get done with today, get rested up for Saturday's fun sprint.
sudden and deafening roar through the ground. The dark of the night is defiled by the blinding light that foreshadows the sound. Lo, how the mountains shudder. Now we all see with the same tired eyes. Oh, how the forest is moving.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
A Beaver County man is being held for murder and more labor. Accidents here in the district today. One of them near Pennsylvania. In that crash, 20-year-old Michael Butler driving home from work.
By my fellow commentator, Max. Max, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Of course, Bayer Grossline.
Of course, BioGrowth
Of
Line.
course, naturally.
And Max joins me. He is a recent graduate of the University of Fairbanks, so he's very familiar with a lot of the skiers who are going to be on the course today. And we are delighted to bring this live stream to you via YouTube, thanks to the Nordic Ski Club, Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage, and the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Rec. And we will be broadcasting with you for the next hour and a half of the women's 10K freestyle individual start.
That's right, and I'm sitting here next to Nina Kempel, 4-time Olympian and 8-time national champion. She's a legend in the making, and she's graced us with her presence to help announce for this live stream. I can't wait to get it underway in the next 3 or 4 minutes with the start of the women's race.
And this is a special spot for me to be sitting because this is where I qualified for one of my first international teams, right in this stadium back in 1994. So I'm dating myself a little bit. I don't think Max was even in grade school yet. But anyway, we are delighted to be bringing you the championships today. We could not do this without all of our very generous volunteers that are out there on the track. You see the athletes warming up on your live feed, but you also see a lot of volunteers that are out there This morning it was quite cold. It was 5 degrees when the men's race began at 11 o'clock. It's warmed up a little bit, but it's still a bit nippy here in Alaska. We also don't have as much snow as we're used to in January here in Anchorage, but the volunteers have done a wonderful job at snowmaking and shoveling all that snow onto the course so it can be the wonderful condition that it is today. We are going to watch the women athletes ski two laps of 5 kilometers each. And Max, why don't you just describe the course? You've skied it out there. How is the course skiing, and how would you describe it in difficulty?
Difficulty, I'd say it's maybe a 7 out of 10 difficulty, and that's. I know it's a sea level course, so some of you at altitude might be chuckling at me right now. But this course really has its heyday where there's not too much rest out there. This course is so fast and so quick with the quick descent down the ramp to the first part of Elliott's, which is the first climb out there, and then that climbs up to the archery range over at Kincaid, and then descends a roller coaster, which is a long downhill that goes right into a little up and down section before heading up the main attraction, which is called Gong Hill, which you guys will see in the next few days on the sprint day especially. It wraps around, goes, and then down through the biathlon stadium, or around the biathlon stadium, I should say, to the Leakish climbs, which are pretty continuous and steady with 0 break in between them, and then comes down through the tunnel back into the stadium, under the bridge around the timing shed, and goes onto the lap, or you come into the finish. So there's not too much break out there, just the general nature of the course. You are pretty much on all the time. So that's where some of maybe the hometown heroes have an advantage, is they know those spots they can get some rest and can get some break.
And we have our first skier off, Marley Molinario from Whistler, Canada. She is skiing for UAA, the UAA ski team, and she has represented Canada in the World Junior Championships in the past, but now skiing for University of Alaska Anchorage, and we are delighted to send her off a first of 180 women skiers today. So we have a lot of starters here in our start list.
Next on the course was Michelle Keller-Miller from CGRP, charging out on the course after Merrily.
And again, women are starting every 30 seconds, so they will be spaced out 2 laps of 5Ks. They do lap through the stadium at halfway through, so you will see some overlap and bibs of off numbers kind of skiing together, but what an opportunity to be able to ski with a bunch of people that you don't normally get to ski with every weekend. So a great opportunity for the best in the United States to come together for the national championships. We have a lot of skiers in the field today, some of the United States best skiers, but some of the college elite skiers as well. They're competing in a college race at the same championship, so their results will be embedded in the U.S. National Championships. Any foreign skier is eligible to win the college championship, but not the national championship, as we watch 300 and number 304 go out. Tabitha Williams from Canmore take off, and she skis for UAF, who is a teammate of yours, I believe, Max.
She is, yep. She's a sophomore on the team this year. She also skis for the British team internationally. She's some dual citizenship going on there. And she's a super strong skier, and she's coming into her second season, really looking to prove herself this year and get out there strong.
And in the start gate now, number 305, Rose Horning. She's from Leadville, Colorado. She skis for University of Vermont. She was part of the youth Olympic team representing the United States in 2024, and in 2023 she was part of the World Junior Championship ski team. So she's got some international experience, looking to head out and really have a good race today. She is a very good distance skier, but we will see how this all pans out. We do have the B women's seed starting first, so the first 20 skiers going out are in the B seed, followed by 20 skiers in the A seed, and then 20 skiers in the C seed. So
Bib 306 that we're just watching ski down the ramp there is Emma Reeder, skiing for Dartmouth ski team. Powering on strong, hoping to get some college points today.
So you notice a lot of college teams in their team colors, many of them skiing for club teams back home as well, or for the U.S. ski team, but today most of them in their college colors. And that's 307, another Nina Schamberger. She skis for the University of Utah, and she is off and on her way. Very strong skate technique.
Nice shot of the local tree here.
We're refocusing the camera there. All right.
There we go. We got Tatum Witter skiing for Dartmouth. She is a local Anchorage athlete skiing who used to ski for Alaska Winter Stars as well as Service High, I believe. I skied with her for a number of years. She has some super great technique, nice and light on her feet, giving her a little bit taller stature there. Skiing for Dartmouth, going out on the course.
And the girls got the easy draw today because they're starting later in the day. The temperatures have warmed up a little. They look much more comfortable than the men in the starting gate. Men were all had blankets draped around them, and the women are kind of sitting more comfortably in the starting gate. Out of the gate is 309, Nina Seaman, out of Lake Tahoe, and also Wheeler, Vermont. She skis for Dartmouth as well as she takes off around the corner and off onto the course.
Next up, we have Emma Albrecht, BSF Pro Team member. She just finished up skiing for Montana State ski team. I believe she spent the last 4 years with them. Had some really solid results. I believe saw NCAAs a few times. Now she loved the area so much, she transitioned on the Bridger ski team there. And is now racing in their colors, charging out on the course.
And we should mention, Max, that a lot of these athletes today are racing for spots on the World Championship team to compete for the United States in the World Cup, World Junior Championships, and U23 Championships, or the Junior Scandinavian Cup trip. But many of them are just out here to try to improve their points. And by skiing against the very best in the country, they can actually raise their own points because the whole average is a lower average. Lower meaning better points are lower points are signifying better results. So a lot of the skiers out here are also skiing to try to lower their points and get into better seeds in the future, whether that be internationally or nationally.
That's correct, yeah. I know U.S. Nationals is a great chance to improve your points for everything. Even Junior Nationals, it can have you pre-qualified for some for Junior Nationals, which some of those faster juniors that are looking to maybe qualify for races ahead of them, like U18 Cup or World Juniors, they can be guaranteed a spot in Junior Nationals through these races.
So a lot of athletes, younger athletes, competing for both experience and a slot at the Junior Nationals on the regional level. And we would be remiss to saying, but Nina Stedman, who went out as bib number 309, she actually qualified in the previous Super Tour competition to earn a World Cup spot in the next set of World Cups over in Europe. So she actually has a little bit of pressure off today, and it will be interesting to see how well she skis with really just be able to go out there and ski the perfect race, not being worried about any qualifications.
Going out now is Selma Anderson, skiing for University of Denver, going out strong there.
Selma Anderson is from Norway, so she's one of those athletes, yes, competing for a college team, not eligible to win the national championship, but they are eligible for prize money with $1,200 for first, $600 for second, and $300 for third, which isn't a bad day.
No, it is not.
Especially when it's sunny and beautiful out like it is today.
Well, if you're ski racing, making money, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. 214, that's Henrietta Nielsen. She's also from Norway, skis for Northern Michigan University, and she is off in Northern Michigan's green, yellow, and black ski suit. And 315 is Carolina Kalaten. She skis for the Poland ski team, but she also is racing here today for University of Colorado. So one of those international skiers that skis at the college level, but also races for her home country's national team.
That's right. And next up, 316 is Emma Strack, skiing for St. Lawrence. She's lining up behind that clock, waiting until that snowflake turns green. And there she goes, hammering away down the ramp.
And it's great to see St. Lawrence coming all this way. They really do have a long trek to make as far as distance and effort. So wonderful that we have the St. Lawrence team represented. And next up, 317, Annie Colgan from Bend, Oregon, skiing for University of Vermont. She was an Oregon State champion. She also skied in the 2023 World University Games, and she is off and out on the course.
Next up, bib number 318, skiing for the University of Denver is Leah Stabak Venas. She is also from Norway, another Norwegian representative for the collegiate scene, getting ready to charge out there.
And this is a great opportunity both for Americans and for Norwegians and Swedes and Finns and Estonians, as we're seeing more Estonians come over as well. It's an opportunity for us to have a lot of people that have individuals, skiers that have recently stepped off their national teams and are looking to go to college, get a good education. But it's a wonderful way for Americans to have a chance to train with some of these internationally elite athletes at the college level. So really nice to have an opportunity for both ways to make the program stronger.
319 here is Beth Grandstrom skiing for UAA, one of the first local skiers for Alaska heading out on the course. I believe she's a Canadian skier who's competed
World Junior Championships back in 2021 for Canada, in fact. And then the last person in our B seed before we switch over to the A seed is Victoria Dybloand from Norway, skiing for Northern Michigan University. So Northern Michigan having a strong women's contingent here in the B seed. As we switch over into our first A-seeded skier,
that is Hannah Abrahamson, skiing from the University of Colorado, getting ready to go out there.
And Hannah is from Esjesu, Sweden. She's on the Swedish national team. She's a four-time All-American and also notably a full-time academic All-American as well.
Emma Crum is the next A-seed skier up. She's skiing for Mansfield Nordic.
Yeah, I got a bit of operations here and do some work, so I'll be off site for half hour maybe.
And you can see the temperatures are still cold. I think every single woman that's gone out there has still had a buff around their neck and around their head. And that buff, as much as it's a small layer, really does help that overall body temp.
Well, and you saw the sun coming from the other angle in the men's race. Now the sun has completely shifted over, and the shadows are going the other way. So we're actually starting to see the temperatures fall again for the women, and that's why the shadows are getting a little longer as we get into the start list.
Next up, we got Marielle Pulas, 323 here, a skier for Team Berkey now. She's originally from I'm not going to try that again. Estonia, skis for the Estonian national team. She visited Beijing for those 2022 Olympics as well. She skied the last 4 or 5 years at University of Alaska Fairbanks with myself, actually.
And she has a real shot at being in the top today, so we'll keep an eye on Marielle as we switch over to bib 324, Lucinda Anderson. She is a skier from Golden Valley, Minnesota. She skis for University of New Hampshire. She was 9th place last year at the NCAAs, and she is one of the athletes that also does biathlon as well as cross-country skiing. So one to watch on both circuits.
Awesome. I know Team Berkey has quite a few of those members actually that are skiing on both circuits and doing it pretty well, so it's awesome to see her out here today.
And 325 is Shay Burns. She's from Belmont, Massachusetts originally. She's skiing for Middlebury today in the blue and white suit. She is the team captain, or was the team captain in 2024, and we look forward to seeing the Middlebury skiers lay down some good races today. This is a course that is very similar to the Middlebury courses, so they should be actually very comfortable on this trail.
We got bib 326 here, Ava Thurston, skiing for Dartmouth, rocking the Solomon blue and black on her feet and skis there. 327, Margie Freed is next up, skiing for the Craftsbury Green Racing Project. Great to see them out here. They've had some dwindling numbers, and it's super awesome to see them coming back in full strength. So it'll be great to see what Margie can pull out today.
And I love this. Margie's from Apple Valley. What a great place to be from. She also is a biathlete, an All-American athlete as well, and she now skis for, as you said, the Grass Prairie Green Racing Project, which is a up-and-coming team, and they do have some snazzy suits out there today. And the next one in the gate is one of the crowd favorites today, number 328, Sammy Smith. She's from Boise, Idaho. She is currently a student at Stanford. She got recruited to Stanford to play D1 soccer because she's a very, very good competitive soccer player. But she got some time off to come here. She's clearly a very talented cross-country skier as well. She spent some time on the World Cup earlier this year. She's on the U.S. ski team, the A team for the U.S. ski and snowboard team. She won a silver at the World Junior Championships in 2023 in the sprint. She's been in the U.S. national top 5, and we expect great things from her and hope that she can keep doing both sports to the level she is. But we expect Sammy to be one of the major contenders today.
Going out on the course now, or just there, was Renee Anderson skiing for APU. She just got off some Period 1 World Cup starts where she had some promising results. She's now looking to prove herself on the home stage of her home trails and have a good race out here.
And there really is an advantage to having the home trails. You know them, you've been skiing them since you were, in junior high, if not before. So for a lot of these people, this course is almost like something you could do in your sleep. But, it does not make Elliott's Climb and Gong Hill any easier when they're your home course. I will say that.
Just headed out there was Kate Oldham skiing for Montana State ski team, and following her is Rosie Fordham skiing for the Australian national team here. She's looking to get some more World Cup starts and I believe qualify for World Championships is one of her goals here today.
And a lot of the skiers from Australia and some of the other smaller countries need to come to places like the U.S. To get points to qualify so that she can actually, because racing at home, there's not a low enough point space for her to be able to ski there and qualify. So she's got to come and race against some of the best Americans, which is a pretty equal level to where she skis at for a lot of skiers from Australia and New Zealand and sometimes Japan when they were really beginning their team. So we will see skiers like her and always welcome them as part of a even more international field.
And I've skied with Rosie in the last few years on the UAF ski team. She has a great energy, and she really is prideful about her Australian skiing. And that's super cool to ski. As Australia, you wouldn't really think about skiing for that country.
Well, we went to many training camps down in Australia in the summertime with the U.S. ski team. But what I loved about the Australian skiers was they know how to play the didgeridoo.
That'd be very cool. I do not know how to do that. Probably already out on course was 332 Astrid Stav skiing for the University of Alaska Anchorage ski team.
And we hope you're not getting too seasick because we're getting a little seasick here, but we think we're going to get this camera angle straightened out a bit here. But you can see from the camera view, it is a beautiful sunny day here in Alaska, not a cloud in the sky. And of course that means a lack of snow in the forecast, but we do believe we have a loop in place, both a sprint loop and a distance loop that will serve us well for the remaining 3 races. The next one coming up on the 2nd of today's the first race on the 2nd. The next one coming up Saturday the 4th will be a sprint race. Sunday will be another event, and then the final race will be on Thursday. Tuesday, yes. So we have 3 more races, exciting packed next couple of days for you in events, and we are back on the camera.
That's right, and what you had just seen a few seconds ago was, I believe, Nina, or maybe not Nina, but one of the skiers coming through a lap. We've had a few women come through their lap with Nina Schamberger leading the way with a time of 12:40 for her first lap, followed by Tabitha Williams for the UAF ski team with Emma Reeder in 3rd place per se, and then Rosie Horning 4th. So the women are starting to come through with their first lap. And we also have bib 336, I think that is, Lauren Jortberg skiing for I'm not exactly sure which team she's skiing for. I apologize, I can't read her figure out that
She's
abbreviation.
skiing for Dartmouth, but she is part of the Canadian contingent.
Thank you, Nina, for pointing that out.
And in the intermittence of the camera disruption, we did lose one of our local favorites, lose the image on one of our local favorites. Kendall Kramer left the stadium as bib 334. She's also one to watch today, former Alaska ski meister for West Valley High, but also on the U.S. Women's Development Team, B Team, and continues to be one to watch. Kendall Kramer back out on the course. And we are not seeing the angle right at the start anymore, but you will see number 338 getting ready to ski the first 100 meters off into the forest there. Erica Levin, she is from Sweden. She skis for University of Utah, one of the favorites today. She did win the Super Tour last week, or 2 weeks ago, at this exact distance, the 10K freestyle individual start. So she is, this is her distance. She's certainly comfortable with this this format, and we look for good things from her today. Again, she's not eligible to win a national championship, but she is eligible to be the have the bragging rights for the fastest time of the day today.
That's right, and Sydney Palmer Ledger just heading out on the course there, skiing for Stratton Mountain School.
Another favorite of today, Sydney Palmer. She's a Utah grad, recently moved to Stratton Mountain School team. They're building a really strong team out there as part of the East Coast contingent, and look forward to seeing what she can do, originally from Park City, Utah.
Our last skier out of the A seed here is Tilda Bangman, skiing for the University of Colorado. She originally skied for Montana State before transferring, I think, last season there. She skis for Sweden, and she's done...
She skis for University of Colorado.
Yep. Yeah.
And the University of Colorado and University of Utah and University of Denver all have a fairly strong contingent of skiers from Scandinavia that help round out their team and make them very competitive and very good teams at the NCAAs at the in the spring of each year. It looks like Mia Case just going out on the course. We're now into the C seed, so the third tiered seed of the women's field based on their Federation of Ski Sport points and the USSA points, all calculated by the averages that are very complex and complicated, but tend to basically do a very good job at rating where the athlete fits in the overall ranking. And Mia Case leading us out with the Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation.
Alexandra Otto, local skier from UAA, just went out on the course there. Followed closely by Maeve Inglefinger, skiing for Dartmouth.
And again, this is skier number 44 is Neve Gernard, and she is skiing for the University of Utah. And this is 44 skiers of 181 women skiers starting today. So we are really just in the first throws, but you are, like Max said, going to start to see the skiers come through there on the right-hand side of your screen, ready to do a lap or a mini lap of the 2x5K course today. We are starting to see people come through in lap one. It looks like the women are doing the first lap in right around 12 minutes and 40 seconds is the fastest time, so that will put them in about 25 minutes for 10K, which is pretty fast considering the temperature and the snow being so cold.
Bib number 345 just went out on course. Selma Nevin, University of Utah skier from Norway.
And 246 is Mart Flora, hometown favorite. She skied here for her APU ski team, where her father is sort of a legendary coach here in Alaska and has brought a lot of World Cup world champion and Olympic champion athletes into their own. And Mart has really done a wonderful job of making her own name for herself in skiing. She's gone on to ski for University of Anchorage, and this is her freshman year, so we're looking for great things. But Mart Flora out on the course, as you know, you saw her younger brother Oscar compete in the men's race.
Bib number 347, Anna Price from Montana State ski team, headed out there nice and relaxed. She's originally from Canada.
And 348 in the starting gate there, Britta Johnson. She's from the Tahoe Endurance Club. The Tahoe-Donner region has really started to produce some great skiers. It started happening a few years ago in the Junior Nationals, but they've really started to blossom and really producing some skiers that have continued on the path and are starting to make inroads in the Senior National Championships as well. So we look for good things from Britta today.
349, Quincy Massey Bierman, skiing for Middlebury College here, is getting ready to head out onto the course and face Elliott's in Gong Hill.
And Elliott's Hill's a tough one because you go downhill for about the first half kilometer, and then you just turn around at the bottom where it's cold, and you've lost all your warmth, and then you head up pretty subtly gradual at first and growing more intense and more intense. So the last part of the Elliott's climb is pretty much a wall. So you get warmed up pretty quick or not, depending on how hard you start the race.
Next up here is Bib 350. That is Colibri Drobish, skiing for Northern Michigan. She is hailing out of Canada.
And 351 is Katie Hauser. Katie Hauser is the daughter of Tracy Middleton, who was a predominant high school skier back in my day, and a very, very talented athlete, mountain runner. And Katie is her daughter, and has gone on to have a very good career of skiing here, top high school racer, as well as gone on to MSU, where she is part of the women's team on that growing and thriving program.
352 up here is Greta Schultz, skiing for Team Berkey.
And Greta's skiing for Colby College, which, she's one of the few skiers from Colby College here today, so we salute her and cheer a little louder for her. Her favorite are the distance races. She said her very favorite is the distance skate. So today is her day to really go out there and shine, and she touts Laura McCabe as one of her mentors and people that have inspired her along the way.
.353 is up here. Morgan Richter, skiing for MSU. Next skier up is bib number 354, Maya Kieres Moland from the university, or skiing for the University of Denver. She comes out of Norway, and one of the many Norway skiers that we see here today. Looks like we're about to get our first few finishers here coming across the line. That is Michelle Keller-Miller, first across the line there.
First to start and first across the line, so that's a good sign for her that she's held her own, not got passed by anybody, and it looks like maybe made up some distance on the skiers behind her.
You got Marley Molinaro skiing for UAA, just crossed behind her.
And Annalise Hanna, starting next, she is skiing for the Ford Sayer Nordic program out of Hanover, New Hampshire, and she takes off on the course for one of our junior skiers participating today. And we're starting to get into a lot of college athletes, so we will once again point out that most of them are racing in their college suits simply because, because they're skiing for their college. This is a college competition. These races are part of the college ski tour, so this will count towards college points, these races over the next 3 days. So many of them sporting their college ski suits.
Bib 303 there was Allie Wheeler skiing for Casper Nordic, just coming across the finish line. Then it looks like we have Tabitha Williams charging down the line, finishing straight, getting ready to finish here.
And you can see that the darkness is hitting Alaska a little earlier than most places. We get light, starting to get light about 10:15 or so in the morning.
That's right.
Which is a little later than, or a little earlier than used to. But we're looking at the sun starting to go down here at 2:30. But really, sun will be setting by 3:30. So we are making the most of our daylight with the men's and women's events mass start today. A very unusually high number of 430 people, men and women, registered for the event.
That's right.
Here at Kincaid Park for the 2025 U.S. National Championships.
Bib number 307 here coming down the finishing stretch.
And 307 looks very strong. I think she's still skiing with real decisive strides, and clearly has given a lot of effort today. Falls into the snow. But as any good skier, still showing the ski brand that she's that she's skiing on. But clearly has given a lot of effort on today's event.
Nina Schamberger there falling into first place, about 8 seconds over Michelle Keller-Miller.
So she did just take the lead. So that was a decisive finish as we expected.
306 just crossing the finish line. Emma Reeder skiing for Dartmouth, leaning over on her poles as she gave it her all out there.
Anita Schamberger, who is currently in first, just finished under 26 minutes, so that is a pretty fast time considering the conditions.
Rose Horning skiing for University of Vermont, crossing the finish line there.
And 310 looking very strong coming in. Emma Albrecht from BSF crossing the finish line, throwing that leg forward to try to get every little split second, which was what we saw in the men's race. Sometimes can mean a place or two, so she is giving it her all and make sure she's maximizing that last stretch.
That's right.
And she is past number 309 from Dartmouth, who's coming in.
Nina Seaman there.
Nina Seaman coming across the line. Again, Nina has already qualified for the World Cup Period 2, so she doesn't have a lot of pressure on her today.
You can see the sun isn't even on the start line anymore, so those skiers are completely in the dark, and the temperatures will start to slowly drop throughout the next about an hour as until the last finish or starters go out.
And for those of you who joined us for the men's, you will recall that the light was shining right into the camera as they finished. So a little different shot for the women than the men, but number 308, another Dartmouth skier, Tatum Witter, coming across the line, Service High School graduate, local skier from Anchorage, Alaska. We will say that the Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage and the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Recreation are hosting the 2025 U.S. National Championships in conjunction with our title sponsors, ConocoPhillips of Alaska, who has been sponsoring the National Championships really since we've been hosting them at Kincaid Park for a very long time, and Toyota, our national ski and snowboard team sponsor, as well as the sponsor of title sponsor of the national championships today.
Annabelle Needham, APU skier who just came across the finish line right behind Anna Stewart, University of Denver skier. And also looks like the top skiers for the women's race have been changed up a little bit. Emma Albrecht with the BSF Pro Team is moving into first, 3 seconds in front of Nina Schamberger. Michelle Keller-Miller still in third, 11 seconds behind Nina. Anna Stewart, fourth place, and then Tabitha Williams rounding out the top 5 there. I'm sure these results will be changing as those A-seed skiers are going on their second lap now and coming around, and will be finishing just shortly, I'm sure.
That's true. It's likely to shift even a little bit more as the as the AC comes in, but still, that's a strong finish for Annabelle Needham. Not Annabelle, for Emma Albrecht. That's a very strong finish.
That's
And
Carolina Kalata finishing there with Henrietta Nielsen from Northern Michigan, and then Selma Anderson, University of Denver, just coming across the line as well. Looks like we'll be switching back to that long shot now.
At this point, the athletes have been going uphill for a long time, and the finish is ever so slightly uphill. It looks like it's flat, but you're still having to push hard across into the finish. So,
3:16, Emma Strack pushing strong up the finishing hill, I should say, over the finish line. And you can't see it as we're moving around here, but Nikki Johnson, bib number 369, skiing for Tahoe Endurance Club, just went out on the start course.
and you can see when we said earlier that the women were not having to use blankets, as you kind of pan backwards, women are starting to put blankets on as they're standing in the
That's right.
in line waiting, just to keep their body warm, the core temperature up, make sure their muscles are staying loose, but they've got orange blankets on to keep them warm. And 3:18 crossing the finish line there, still part of the B seed, but Leah Weines coming across from Norway, skiing for the University of Denver, and 3:17 Annie McColgan from Bend, Oregon, skiing for University of Vermont. We should start to see in the next minute or so the first of the A-seed finishers as they come across, but some strong performances by the B-seed thus to date. And Max, can you tell us who's leading at this point before we really see any of the A-team A-seed skiers come through?
Of course, yeah. Emma Albrecht still out there in first at the time of 25:54, followed by Nina Schamberger and then Michelle Keller-Miller in third. Then we got Beth Granstrom out of UAA from Canada, just finishing across the line.
And UAA has a large team here, obviously, because they're local and they can bring all their skiers. It's just a simple drive across town. So big contingent out here from UAA and from University of Fairbanks as well. And always wonderful to see that many local skiers out. And we see there some of the C-seed skiers going out of the start there onto the course, but and one of the very last B-seed skier, Victoria Dyblond from Norway, skiing for NMU. And the very first A-seed skier, 322, Emma Crum, skiing for Mansfield Nordic, coming across with a strong race.
We also had Marielle Poulas finishing just right before or with her there. Lucinda Anderson, Emma Crum, and then Emma Crum was the last one to finish there. I apologize. Looks like they all came in as a group, so the camera didn't quite get them.
And what's interesting about that is when one of the faster skiers does pick you up and catches you from behind, your strategy is really to stay right behind
right.
them and
Just stick
try to
with them.
stick with them because they can drag you along. And it's as much as mental as it is any kind of physical draft, but you just get into the rhythm that they're skiing, and it just sort of uplifts or increases your tempo enough to make a marked shift in the speed you're going. So a common technique by skiers being taken by faster skiers.
That's right. And what we just saw there in the start there was Beth McIntosh skiing for Green Mountain Valley School.
And Hannah Aberson coming across the finish line there for University of Colorado, hailing from Sweden originally.
.377 Lily Pancook skiing for APU there on the start line.
Coming across the finish line now, 3:25, which is Shay Brahms from Middlebury College, the strong finish. Out on the course, 3:78, which is Alice McKnight skiing for Michigan Tech. Now, Max, there's some people that say that some skiers on the teams tend to start skiing with the same technique as each other. Can you actually pick out a style from each of the college teams or each of the club teams and say that's a Winter Stars club or that's a University of Vermont style?
Well, I can say a little bit yes, but it was more back when I was skiing in high school. There was a generation of APU and AWS skiers in town that skied just V2'd a little bit weird. They pointed their poles outward a little bit when they'd V2. But generally, I think it's more stereotypical for different body types, like height-wise, to have more of a stereotypical form that you're seeing.
So Kate Olam just came across with a very strong finish.
As well as Margie Freed and Samantha Smith there all came across real strong, and will be interesting to see how they stack in the results once their time is official here. And before that does happen, we did have a change in some of our rankings. Lucinda Anderson is in first currently, with Mario Pulas in second and Alma Albrecht in third there.
Crossed the line, 3:31. Rosie Fordham from Australia, giving it a Aussie all. Now I know that we had three skiers come across all pretty quickly, but Kate Odom, number 330, did a good job at making up some time on Margie Freed and Samantha Smith, nearly finishing all together. So it'll be interesting to see how her final finish time compares to some of those that came across the finish line before her. So this is one of the two distance races. Generally speaking, people tend to be better at either skate or sprint. Rare is it that people specialize and only do one, but sometimes that happens. But each skier tends to have a preference, either skate or sprint.
Right.
So a lot of this distance skiers today are really pushing hard to try to make their mark because they would like to ski in this race in either a World Cup or a World Championship or one of the other championships they're qualifying for. Whereas a lot of the sprinters may be sitting back, resting a little bit, not giving it 100%. Well,
Correct.
still giving it 100%, but not giving everything they have today with the thought of saving up for Saturday, which will be the first sprint race of the championships.
And I know I had some teammates who just didn't really love classic racing, so when it would be a classic race, they'd always count themselves out and maybe go out there for a stroll, and even though they were darn good classic skiers. So it does happen. And there we did just see Kendall Kramer come across the finish line, followed closely behind Renee Anderson. Looks like Kendall did catch Renee out there on the course, but both came across very strong. well, some strong results.
Kendall looked good and strong coming across. Again, Kendall's from Fairbanks, but she skied at Kincaid Park enough to call this her second Alaskan home. So a strong race by Kendall today, as I think we all expected. And 3:33 coming across the line. Haley Brewster, one of the U.S. ski team athletes. She's on the B team from Avon, Colorado, and she has started the season strong in the distance races. So we look for more from her today. Although she was passed by Kendall Kramer, which means Kendall has at least made up 30 to 45 seconds on her. So we do look for Kendall to be sort of at the top of the list when those results kind of filter themselves out. Two more skiers coming across the line as we speak, 3:35 and 3:36. That is Evie Ondine Dutchhofer and Lauren Jottenberg from the University of Denver and Dartmouth. Both of them giving it the ball and crossing the finish line and taking a small rest in the snow.
That's right.
So a lot of the athletes that are seniors right now are deciding where they're going to go to the university next year. So a lot of them are seniors in high school are paused, kind of watching some of the college teams and how they're performing here, and talking to some of the athletes about what the atmosphere is like on the team. So also a really good opportunity for up-and-coming skiers to look at a different set of colleges, to meet some of the team members of each of the colleges, and a great way for the colleges themselves to recruit incoming athletes. So
that's right. And I can say for myself, I was recruited off of senior nationals, just talking to teams. So this is a great time. Those coaches are often super stressed to get their skiers the best skis, but they also want to go talk to. I know they always. Most coaches have a little list. They want to go talk to some skiers.
And that was just coming across the line. Sydney Palmer-Lager, a University of Utah grad, skiing now for Stratton Mountain School, a definite U.S. ski team member and a definite contender in today's race. And she crossed the finish line, followed by Tilda Bondman from Östersund, Sweden, and skiing for the University of Colorado. So those two rounding out the end of the A-seed finishers. So within a few minutes here, we should have at least some preliminary results. That's not meant to say that none of the C-seed skiers could not come and upset the results, but it's far less likely that one would come from the C-seed or even further back in the race to undo any of the top 10 results at least. But we always want and be hopeful that they give it their best and see what opportunities they can do for a top performance. So we will continue to watch the next 90 skiers come through and cheer for them all the way till the end. Sorry, that's not 90 skiers. That is actually more than that. 100 skiers to come through, and we'll be cheering for them all and here till the end. You can see there's a few more spectators out and about now. It looks like school's getting out, so some of the younger kids are coming out to watch the tail end of the race, and/or coming out to cheer their siblings, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers on, and that's always fun to watch. There are some people in the race today that are, skiing in the national championships for the first time. I think the youngest one maybe 13 that I know of, and then there are people that are masters who are skiing in today's race. So you really have the full gamut on age and experience and how many times you skied in national championships. But I will tell you, as somebody who's skied in at least 15 national championships, if not more, it never gets old, and you still get nervous, and it is still an exciting time. I just was driving out here today, and I was thinking, I think I forgot to wax my skis. But it just doesn't go away.
No, it does not. How many times you ski Kincaid, you're still going to get nervous for those races.
So we were corrected in the way they looked. Kate Oldham, number 330, did look very, very strong. Kate is from MSU, having a really outstanding race today. Certainly a name that's well recognized, but a very strong performance today, followed by Kendall Kramer, Alaskan from Fairbanks, Alaska, but at this point skiing for the University of Fairbanks, but also for the U.S. ski team. But a great day for her to shine. And she probably thinks this is a warm temperature coming from Fairbanks.
She does, yeah. It's been cold up there. We've got Lucinda Anderson sitting in third right now, followed by Rosie Fordham, fourth, and Marielle Poules rounding out the top five as of now.
And Lucinda is actually, so she's from the Midwest, so she skis for Team Berkey, but Rosie, who's sitting currently in number fourth, is from Australia, so she'll be taken out of the official national championships results. So that puts Marielle Poules up into fourth. So we would be remiss to not thank again all of our volunteers. There's over 200 volunteers out here. Like we said, a record number of athletes, over 430 number of athletes that ever participated in the Alaskan hosted national championships. But we have over 200 volunteers who've come out to support and or play a role in making sure these races come off in a seamless fashion, at least from the eyes and perspective of the athletes.
That's right. And we just had Alexandra Otto, UAA ski team, finish the line, followed by Maeve Inglefinger skiing for Dartmouth. And then Marit Flora coming across the line as well. It looks like she put some time on the two in front of her, so she should be looking at some pretty strong results today.
That looked like a very good race for Marit Flora. She's a freshman in college, so it's always a difficult time to know how you're going to do that first year of your college career. A lot of new influences in your life, a lot of different priorities that may shape your time differently, but she certainly seems to have pulled a very nice result out today, and we're happy for Marit.
Looks like we had bib 400 starting out there. That's Ashley Grossklaus skiing for that BSF Pro team. And then we have bib 347 Anna Price finishing for the Montana State Bobcats, coming along strong.
And the Montana State women's team is in particular really grown quite quickly and seems to be have a very good atmosphere around it. A lot of the athletes stay around and train in Boise during the summers and not in Boise, in Bozeman, and enjoy each other's company, not only in the college circuit but also in the club circuit as well. And 349 is Quincy Mason Bierman from Burlington, Vermont, skiing for Middlebury, coming across the finish line and looking quite strong.
And having known quite a few of those Montana or Bozeman skiers, I can say that just that the environment up there is extremely cool. I think Anchorage is pretty niche, but Montana's kind of got their own thing going on there. It's just very cool to live there. There's similar to Alaska, there's just a bit more civilization there. Bib number 348 just coming across the line, Britta Johnson skiing for Tahoe Endurance Club. It's a U18 skier out here, coming along pretty well, looking to have some good results against some of the experts today.
And the Tahoe Endurance Club, they're coming down from 8,000 feet, so they're getting the altitude effect, at least for the next few days. They will feel like there's a whole lot of oxygen down here when most skiers are probably feeling the cold constricting their lungs a bit.
Another Bobcat skier coming across the line. That was Katie Hauser out of Montana State. Local Palmer skier before that. Gave it her best out there and kneeling down to see if that snow's a little warmer.
And a strong performance by bib number 354, Maya Molen from University of Denver, Norwegian from Norway originally, but now skiing for the University of Denver. But a very strong performance by her as well. So we are seeing some of the C-seed skiers coming in and doing pretty well, actually, and which is always what you want to see. You want to see people excelling in all three of your top seeds, and all of them, bouncing in and out of the top 10, keeping it exciting for all the athletes.
That's right. Now I'll just go through the top 10 here real fast because it's changed a little bit, but it looks like it's solidified out. You have Kate Oldham sitting in first, 11 seconds ahead of Kendall Kramer out of the UAF ski team. Erica Levine sitting in third from the University of Utah. Lucinda Anderson, Team Berkey, sitting in fourth. And Rosie Fordham rounding out that top 5, 32 seconds back from Kate. Tilda Bengman sitting in sixth place, followed by Sydney Palmer Ledger sitting in seventh, with Mario Pulas in eighth, Lauren Jortberg in ninth, and Erin Bianco sitting in 10th. It looks like that top 10 should be pretty stable, but some people have been moving it around. But with most of the 8-team skiers all finished, I would imagine it doesn't change too much. So congrats to all of those that are potentially in the top 10, top 3, or for whatever category. And we'll see them at the results ceremony later today.
And while we have a little break in the action, I will actually say also, in addition to ConocoPhillips and Toyota, our main sponsors, I want to thank all the other sponsors who have supported the 2025 U.S. National Championships: Orthopedic Physicians Alaska, Kappa, Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Alaska, LifeMed, Northrim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, Piston Bully USA, Kaladi Brothers, Will Scott, Waterson Construction, NC Machinery, and this live stream brought to you by 49th Media. So the streaming on the YouTube channel brought to you by 49th Media. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Certainly makes this race feel very special and important to these skiers. This is their highlight for many of them, of their season, the kind of pinnacle race series for them to excel and showcase their talents, but also for a lot of them kicking off their 2025 season and hopefully opening the doors to a lot more opportunities for each of them to go on to international races or national races on other teams.
That's right. Elena Grissom coming across the finish line there, skiing for the University of Colorado. Good strong finish from her. Looks like we have bib number 411 on the start line, or should I say out on the course now. Brooke Greenberg from PCSS. She's a U16, so she's out here to really prove herself, but just get some experience under her belt and maybe qualify early for some junior national trips. Number 358 just finished, Rosie Whittington Evans, Montana State Bobcat, also coming across the line. Rosie, a former Palmer skier and Alaska Nordic Racing skier, putting on a show for her home crowd.
Oh, and we have a tight finish here coming down the line between a Dartmouth skier, bib number, I can't quite see her bib, and bib number 360, which is...
So Evelyn Walton and Lena Paduska. Evelyn skiing for Dartmouth and Lena skiing for JHSSC. And then Annalise Hanna coming across for Ford Sayer Nordic, putting on a strong show behind those other ladies.
And I don't know if you can hear the background, but Max and I can hear the blaring of the Macarena playing in the stadium, trying to keep the women who are still in the starting gate warm and excited about heading out there. It's always a little hard to watch your teammates come across the finish line when you're still standing at the starting line,
right.
Trying to stay motivated and focused,
right.
Knowing they're done with their effort for the day.
Well, I know one of the best parts about Kincaid is that music. It really keeps it lively and fun in the stadium, even though you might be about to go race for for a spot at Junior Worlds or something. So the music is very much appreciated from an athlete point of view.
As for the spectators, so as you can see, there's quite a few spectators there right as the athletes turn to go up Gong Hill. I think you'll see even more spectators this Saturday and Sunday when people have more of an opportunity to get out to Kincaid. But I think the volunteers and the organizers have done a wonderful job with kind of handling parking and making it as sort of as easy as possible for spectators to get here. There are cowbells available, so you're hearing a lot of ringing of cowbells in the stadium and a lot of enthusiasm, and that's really, you want that excitement. I will say that one of my favorite Olympics was the 2002 Olympics. It was right after 9/11, and there was so much enthusiasm by the spectators, especially the American fans running alongside the athletes. It really was a different feel and a really special moment in time. So these skiers are really motivated by having the cheers of all their family and friends as 361 crosses the finish line.
That's Natalie Nicholas, skiing for University of New Hampshire there, finishes. And I can say, as being a U.S. citizen and a U.S. skiing and spectator, having the excitement is awesome. I know we just had that Minneapolis World Cup last season. That was extremely awesome. I got to see some local heroes do extremely well. And so we're hoping to build that hype more in the U.S. and get some more people out and be Nordy fans.
Well, and one of the ways that we can do that, build more fans, is to do live streams like this so that we can make sure everybody has a chance to root on, even if they can't be here in person, to still be a fan and cheer on your skier of choice or skiers of choice. And coming across the finish line now is 364, Pearl Harvey, skiing for NMU.
Good job, Pearl. We got a good shot of our volunteers there. We got a whole slew of volunteers ready for them to help them out once they get the finish line or cross that finish line. They get the chip and bib off of them, and then get them some hot water so it can help warm that core up.
So when I was a kid, it was hot tang. But
Hot tang. I think that's what I was looking for.
I think now it's actually more like hot sports drink. But yes, we used to call it the Tang cups, not the Besh cups.
Here we go. We got Ayla Berrigan, skier from UAF. She's a local Palmer skier, A&R alumni. She's done very well for herself these last few seasons, really moved up the ranks. And one thing I can say about her is she's a grinder. She's going to be out there skiing and training hard as she can. She's a look back there on the finish line, see what girls she bested out there. As you can see on the trees there, the sun is just about setting. We got about 50 minutes till true sunset, so the ladies are going to be racing under the lights here pretty soon.
But this is the time of day where the alpenglow, as we call it, makes the mountains, which are just beyond the trees of the course, pink glow, and you can kind of see it up on Gong Hill above where the skiers go. There's a little bit of a pink sunset going on even here at Kincaid.
We had a little bit of a race down the finishing stretch. That was Emma Stertz from Team Berkey and Mary Wangen from Michigan Tech, followed by Kili Lemkul from the University of Colorado, and then Nikki Johnson out of Tahoe Endurance Club with that super cool, I believe, black and pink or blue and pink jersey, or not jersey, suit, a race suit come on.
And Sydney is one of those athletes that has a brother racing here at the championships as well. So one of those combo sibling, both racing, both there for each other during the national championships. So that's sort of a unique opportunity for those that have that.
That's right. And here she is, Sydney Drevlo from Loppet Nordic Racing, just coming across the line. Off in the distance there, you see the tunnel where the course comes back down off of Leakish. It comes back through the stadium, cuts up and around, up one more hill, down and around, and then coming up the finishing stretch or hill, whatever you'd like to say here, where bib number 367 is charging along to the finish straight, or finishing line. That is Leah Pirard out of Ford Sayer Nordic.
Fort Sayer is a long-standing club out of Hanover, New Hampshire, and Hanover, New Hampshire, Dartmouth College will be the host of the 2025 NCAA Championships this year, so a lot of great college skiers getting ready to descend upon Dartmouth College and Hanover, New Hampshire, and I'm sure many of the Ford Sayer skiers will either be participating as a college athlete or out spectating for those championships that will be coming there. They haven't been in that neck of the woods for quite some time.
No, they have not. My last 4 years at UAF, we haven't raced over there in a while. So it'll be interesting to see and see what the snowpack's like when that comes around. Bib number 371, who just finished a few moments ago, was Greta Hansen out of Michigan Tech. Go Huskies. You can see a University of, I believe, Utah flag there by the start line. Some teammates probably out cheering their fellow teammates on. I know I do love the College Cup because it brings back that like high school camaraderie. I miss some of that where there's a lot more skiers who were just there for fun and out and cheering off. It looks like we got a little race down the finishing stretch there by some Denver skiers and a University of Utah skier. The Denver skier was Sydney Barbier, followed by Celine Mayer from the University of Utah, followed by Quincy Donnelly, who's registered as the APU here.
Quincy Donnelly is the daughter of Shannon Donnelly, who is a long time, I think 10 or 11 time champion of the women's gold nugget triathlon, as well as being a great athlete in her own right. She was an alpine skier as a youth, but I always joked if she was a cross-country skier, she would have extremely excelled in the sport. But Quincy skis for Harvard.
Correct, yeah. That was Bib 329 starting out there. That was Sophia Bertanu for College of St. Scholastica. Then we got Bib 430 Barrett Myers up on the starting deck skiing for
St. Lawrence.
St. Lawrence. 431 in the start gate. Dash McCabe skiing for University of Alaska Anchorage.
And Dash McCabe is the daughter of Laura McCabe, who is a former Olympian, Olympic athlete, and her daughter is clearly following in her footsteps, probably already beating her mother faster than her mother, I would imagine, and that does happen. Now, we just saw a skier from St. Lawrence, and I will say this about St. Lawrence. They have the farthest to drive to all the college races, and in the East Coast you drive your vans, but they also they have the cleverest tricks. They get to the toll booths, and then they say, the van behind us is paying for us. And, of course, it's the next van that actually gets stuck with their bill, and we never ever figured it out. They keep doing it every year, so very clever team.
That's very clever. We also had a few finishers there. Alice McKnight skiing for Michigan Tech, followed by Elsie Weiss, UAF ski team member, coming across strong. Natalie Hood, APU, just finished, followed by one more, Beth McIntosh from Green Mountain Valley School.
And it is worthy of mention. Natalie Hood is one of the only skiers here representing Bowdoin College, so call out to Natalie for skiing for that wonderful Maine grounded ski team. And APU has the most skiers of any club racing, with nearly 50 skiers registered, 49 to be exact, which is a large amount. Usually they take only their elite squad, but because it's here in Anchorage, they were able to kind of broaden the opportunity to some of their up-and-coming junior skiers and high-level skiers that are right on the edge of the elite team. So great opportunity for them. Big field from APU skiers and Winter Stars and the University of Alaska and University of Fairbanks, but really big contingents from some of the college teams as well.
Yeah, speaking of, Lily Pancook just finished there a few moments ago skiing for APU.
And Max, remind me, the top 10 at this point, have the standings changed at all? Are we still the same leaders on the leaderboard?
It looks like everything's still pretty solid, but I'll go through it real fast. Kate Oldham, skiing for Montana State, is still up in first with a time of 24:29. Kendall Kramer, 11 seconds back. In second, Erica Lavin from the University of Utah in third. Lucinda Anderson, Team Berkey rocking out fourth. Rosie Fordham for the Australian ski team, sitting in fifth place. Tilda Bangman, University of Colorado in sixth. Sydney Palmer Ledger from Stratton Mountain in seventh. Maya Moland, University of Denver in eighth. And Mario Poulos, Team Berkey, is ninth. And then Lauren Jortberg is rounding out the top 10 with a time of 25:37, a minute and 7 seconds back from Kate Oldham. So the top 10 has remained pretty stable now.
But in the top 10, there are 5 American athletes and 5 international athletes. So that will be interesting to.
That's right. Yeah, the women always have a lot of fierce competitors from out of the country that are always in the overall top 10, but when it comes down to the national championship and some team selections, they are not involved.
So they will be removed for the team selections so that the calculation is purely based on American athletes and
That's right.
Creates an even playing field for everybody. But we do appreciate them participating in the event because I think the more skiers that are moving fast out there on the course and inspiring others, the better off we all are. So
Always,
we enjoy having everybody participate. I know that I've skied in my fair share of Norwegian national championships, and it was always a wonderful experience. Totally different, but we would welcome them here too.
We just had Hedda Samuelson of Green Bay just come across the line. Natalie Hood from APU was just a few minutes or a few seconds in front of her that we missed there. We have bib 439 Anna Engel from Team Scotty just head down the ramp there out on the course. Bib 383 coming across the finish line, looks like for NMU, I believe. Let's see, wait for that to pop up. Yep, Jordan Parent coming across for Northern Michigan. Got a Montana Bobcat coming across the line here. That is Lily Murnane. 441, Alex Punczak, skiing from Minneapolis Ski Club's just heading out on course now.
The Minneapolis Ski Club, the host of the World Cup, the very successful World Cup in 2014. It's always wonderful to host the World Cup on American soil, and to do that in Minneapolis. It's such a wonderful cross-country ski community, so supportive of all American athletes, cheering loudly and ringing their cowbells with great effort for all the Americans last year. Was a wonderful, I think, way for many people to be exposed to the World Cup for the first time. And a lot of U.S. athletes got a chance to compete. When the race was here, the quota is larger for the hosting country, so we had more start spots for athletes, and it was just more cost possible for athletes to get there in a way that they could afford. So great opportunity. So happy that they were agreed to host that event, and we hope that we see more World Cups here in the United States, but in Canada as well, North America, generally hoping to split the cost between the two countries.
Couldn't agree more. I remember seeing the pictures of some of my friends there racing, and it was extremely awesome to see all the huge crowds there just for a ski race. In the meantime, while we were talking there, Catherine Stowe out of Michigan Tech crossed the line, followed by Olivia Soderstrom, an APU's local. She originally was skiing for FXC before they came down and moved to Anchorage. Linnea Ostdingen from Loppet Nordic Racing just crossed the line there. A U16 looking to prove herself. getting to fall in the steps of some fantastic competition and learn from them so she can come back next year stronger than ever.
I remember, Max, I competed in my first national championships when I was 15, and I definitely remember going into it thinking it was a learning experience.
Exactly.
And that, if I finished in the top half or top 2/3, I'd be pretty happy. And I think I
Yep.
barely did that. But
Yeah.
it really was a great way to see how fast the really fast women were going, and to kind of have that as a benchmark, and then to come home to Alaska and have so many good U.S. ski team skiers that came home and trained here in the summer, and have
Yeah.
that as also a reference point. So.
Yeah, I think it's very strong. I skied fairly young as well, and it was always all the coaches just telling me it's a learning experience, and that's what you got to put your head down and think about. But also having fun. I know after today, a lot of these athletes will be having fun. The atmosphere is always more relaxed for most every team, I believe, after today's race. So these athletes are going to enjoy the nice Anchorage weather we're having this weekend, with maybe some snow as the races go on. We had Hannah Koch there finishing from the Minneapolis Ski Club. Then Cora Faye Scott from SVSEF coming across the line. And then Ava Schneider from Green Mountain Valley School rounding out that three there.
And the Sun Valley Ski Education Foundation is a long-standing club. I think they're one of the oldest clubs in the country. At least if you go to their website or go walk around in any of the buildings in Sun Valley itself, there's pictures of them skiing back in the day, in the early 1900s there, and they claim that that was the beginning of the club. So a long-standing club with a lot of history and a lot of
If it's correct. That said it's 5 minutes faster, so I think it might be a mistake.
Alrighty, we had Kira Stable from Stratton Mountain School come across the finish line, followed by Catherine Stowe from Michigan Tech, and then Linnea Ausdigen from Loppet Nordic Racing coming across strong there.
It's funny when you get a lot of these athletes from the Midwest. They are Americans competing in the U.S. Championships, but they have very Scandinavian names because there are many generations of Norwegian, Swedes, Finnish families living in the Midwest that have long histories rooted in cross-country skiing. So many of the names are hard to pronounce, even though they are part of the Midwest contingent.
That was Reese Freneau for Gold Academy, headed out on the course there just a few seconds ago. Isabel Cellini is just starting or in the gate, about to head out. She's skiing for Ford Sayer. Faith Harlmert from APU will be following them.
And just as a reminder, because we are running an abbreviated course of 2 laps of 5K, you are seeing a lot of different things on your live stream. You're seeing the people starting on the middle lane, going out for their first start, so that we still have a few starters left going out of the gate. You are on the far right seeing skiers come around about 2.5 Ks into either lap 1 or lap 2. And then on the far right bottom of your screen, you're seeing the lap splits for the end of lap 1. So that will be 5K lap splits. Which is why you may see some kind of big time differences there with the current 5K splits versus the leaders who came through quite a while ago. And then on the far left of your screen is where you're seeing the finishers. So there's a lot going on. We don't want to have any dull moments for you, but the left side of the screen is where you see the kind of close-ups of the finishers coming in.
Bib number 399 coming across the line. That is Allie Scott out of Tahoe Endurance, followed by 397. who is, apologize if I butcher this, Netsia Nichols out of BSF, with Bridget Burns from Michigan Tech following closely behind her.
And you can see the markers for 50 meters and 25 meters, but as Max and I have said, who both skied the course, sometimes the last 50 meters can seem a lot longer than that.
Those 50 meters are at least a mile, I can tell you that.
Yeah. And when it comes to the mass start, which will happen on Sunday, I believe, the those last 50 meters can really burn a lot as you're fighting all the way down to the finish against other athletes. And then you know that every second counts. You don't have to imagine it in your head or motivate yourself by some kind of willpower. The willpower is right next to you as you're fighting it out lane to lane, toe to toe. But today, every second does matter, which is why you'll see a lot of the athletes come across the line and shove their boot forward to try to break that
That's right.
Band of light to stop the timer.
I know that move can seem underrated, but I remember entire practices dedicated to just lunging correctly, as those every second can matter, and every second could be a different team you're making. So we just have another finish here, Claire Chmielewski from SSCV, and then we have another lady behind her, Ashley Gross-Klaus from BSF Pro Team, coming across the line.
Well, and I think the classic leg thrust for me was in the gold medal relay with Keegan Randall and Jesse Diggins. And Jesse, obviously having practiced it quite a bit of times, but it was an elegant yoga move all the same.
It was,
even though
yeah.
probably not quite that necessary, it was done with great effort and grace.
Well, you get added points for added flair, so I can tell you that was every bit necessary. We had Carolina Minna from Plain Valley Nordic coming across the line, followed by Amelia Magruder from St. Olaf College, finishing just after her.
We'll start to see the leg thrust on Saturday in the sprint finals,
Yep.
and even in the sprint qualifying. I mean, the sprint qualifying will be tight at the national championship level, so even in the qualifiers you'll see it. But really, in the finals, you'll see those
definitely.
people who need every little inch.
Bib number 401 coming across the line. That is Tegan Hoffman. Tegan Hoffman had a great race today. Great job. Molly Maybach on the starting line right now, skiing for Sun Valley Ski Club. Then we have bib number 394 who just finished, Lucienne Ludwig skiing for Williams College, followed by Maya Magruder, 405 skiing for Alaska Winter Stars. She actually just finished a little bit behind her older sister, Amelia, it looks like. But I could be incorrect.
I would guess that the unique last name like that can't
I
be a coincidence.
Yeah, I would say so too as well, but
Well, Amelia looks like she attends St. Olaf College, which is a wonderful school in Minnesota that we're very happy that they have college presence here in this competition. So wonderful to see her. A lot of good skiers that have gone to St. Olaf College and done very well. Now, I'll tell you, as an athlete, when you finish a race in this cold and it's kind of getting that time of day where it's getting a little dark, there's nothing more you want to do than just put your coat on and ski right back to the car or back into the warming hut.
That's right.
But it really is important for these athletes to get out and do a proper warm down. They have, even though it's a distance race, they have accumulated a lot of lactic acid in their legs, and so for them to work it out right in the immediate 20 minutes after the race is really important for recovery for the races that are yet to come. And even though it's 48 hours till the next race, it actually is not that much time for your body to fully recover and be 100% again. So everything that you're doing, many of them will, probably go for a jog tonight or tomorrow morning to kind of continue that recovery process. But training will be light tomorrow to give their body a chance to rest. But right back at it on Saturday morning. And
Yep.
Max, you and I will be here broadcasting, live streaming the sprint race, and look forward to having a very exciting day with the preliminary starting at 10 o'clock for women, and then the men, or the qualifications starting at 10 a.m. Alaska time for the women, and then the men directly following. With the finals starting at 12:30, women and the men, and then women U20, and then men U20. So back to back to back will happen on Saturday, starting at 10. Feel free to tune in. We will be airing the qualifications in complete. All the racers in qualifications. So if you do want to tune in to see your favorite athlete or someone you want to be cheering for, please join us at 10 a.m. Alaska time. And we hope that it will be as exciting and fun-packed as today. We hope the weather will cooperate.
That's right.
And maybe be a little warmer, but we would love to keep the beautiful sunny skies. And then on Sunday, January 5th, we will have the 20K Open men and women mass start, which is always exciting and a different kind of race. A lot more tactics and a lot more kind of cat and mouse. The way you draft and when you make your move are strategically much more important. You need to be very thoughtful, as well as just able to go out and really pound hard and use all of your aerobic capacity. You've got to be real smart about when you make your move and how decisive you want to be. So that will be exciting. So back-to-back excitement on Saturday and Sunday, which will be followed with the announcement for the teams on Sunday afternoon. Max, remind us which teams are going to be named on Saturday afternoon.
That'll be
Sunday
the
afternoon.
U18 Scando trip, and then Junior Worlds will also be named from that. U23 will not be announced quite yet, as the U23 can also have that fourth race the next Tuesday, the 7th, as a qualifier for the U23s.
But Sunday afternoon, many of the athletes here will know which teams and which competitions they'll be heading off to.
Most athletes are fighting for that U18 Scando Cup or the World Juniors, which will be announced on Sunday afternoon at the, I believe, a banquet. I'm not exactly sure about those details, what they usually have. Brooke Greenberg out of PCSS just came across the line, followed by Anna Rhodes coming across strong.
And then, as we mentioned earlier, the juniors competing in the competition here. This is a Super Tour event, so they are able to qualify for, in most regions, if not all, the World Juniors through these races, or be one of the races that scored in the World Junior Junior National qualification, as well as the World Juniors. So important races on the line for almost everybody that are here. And then there's just a group of people that are here to get experience, or here because Anchorage is hosting it and they live nearby, which is also, we welcome them as well.
Bib number 412, an APU skier charging down the finishing stretch here. That is Sammy Legate, local APU skier, Anchorage local. Bib number 414 coming across the line. That is Sierra Strecker from Tahoe Endurance Club, rocking that awesome pink and blue suit? Pink and black, I believe.
And I will say that this year, most listeners may know this, but the World Championships are being held in Trondheim, Norway, which is a fantastic place to ski in the World Championships. I skied there in 1999. The World Championships were maybe last there, and they actually brought Norwegian cruise line ships in, and we all stayed on the cruise ships, which was interesting because they tilted as the tide went in and out. But it was a very fun kind of athlete village kind of feeling. But the audience, the spectators in Norway, it's really hard to imagine skiing anyplace else. Lillehammer Olympics were wonderful. Hundreds of thousands of people out on the trails cheering on. But Trondheim, a much smaller fan base, but equally as enthusiastic spectators. So
For sure.
that team will have a real treat in late February, early March. Junior Nationals are going to be at Soldier Hollow, which is a wonderful venue, and for any athlete to be able to go and say they're skiing on the Olympic trails is kind of a fun thing, and they are not easy trails. So fun for all the junior national athletes. NCAAs, as we mentioned, will be at Dartmouth. And then, where are World Juniors this year, Max?
I actually don't know. I can do a little research, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Well, we will find that out and come back to you on the next time. We have a couple of more finishers coming in here. 4:13, which is Curry May from Williams. Williams, known for years and years for their purple cow ski suits. They have always had the purple spotted cow ski suit, and still have it today. Always a different rendition, but classic purple cow.
Maya Stanisi from APU following her, with Ingrid Halverson from Michigan Tech just coming across the line. Then we have bib 477 heading out on the course there. That is Miley Bletzer from Stratton Mountain School. We are just like 5 athletes away from finishing our last starter for the women's race.
And then we'll briefly have the women's award ceremony for the women's national championship, U.S. national championship, and then the junior awards as well. That will be held very quickly here at 3:30.
We have Lillian Franzen from Green Bay just coming across the line there. Bib number 420 charging down the finishing straight here. That was Freya Leithizer, followed closely behind by Adeline Lowen from Plains Valley Nordic.
And followed closely by that is Allison Arians, who has been a competitor in these national championships since we were young skiers together, and I just have an amazing amount of respect for her that she's still out here skiing and actually very competitive, and still absolutely loves it and is doing well. So delightful to see her out here proving to everybody that you can be over 50 and still competing in the U.S. National Championships and doing pretty well.
Yeah, she's awesome. I've kind of raced against her inadvertently, just doing the same races. It was always awesome to see her out there, but always a little scary when she was a little close to you.
She is. She keeps our juniors on their toes.
That she does. Maybe that's why they're so fast. She's skiing behind them so closely. Looks like we have a little break here as we see some skiers in the distance going out onto their second lap. But all the starters are out on course, so we're just waiting for the last 60 or so racers to come out and finish the race. And we'll wrap up today's 10-kilometer individual start.
And who do we have in our top 3 for today's finishers for the women?
Well, for the top 3 finishers, overall we have Kate Oldham from Montana State, we have Kendall Kramer from the UAS ski team, and then Erica Levine from the University of Utah, rounding out that top 3.
Are any of those surprises to you?
I would not say so. Kate Oldham has had some very strong results. I think I'm surprised she is has won the overall thing. Kendall Kramer and Tilda Bangman, Sydney Palmer Ledger, even Samantha Smith are some more names I might have thought were more solidified for that top spot. But they're all still up there where I thought they'd be. Maybe that just exact order is not what I thought it might be.
But a strong day for Kate Oldham, and you know it's wonderful when you get to the major championships and everything comes together and you pull one off and maybe even surprise yourself a little bit to be standing at the very top of the podium. I think everyone believes they could be standing on it, but it's always wonderful to be standing on top.
Very much so.
And I think you're right, Kendall and Erica probably had expectations or at least hopes to be in the top 3 today, so maybe not a big surprise, but also a good chance for them to breathe a sigh of relief. They've had a good race, a good solid race, so they can take the pressure off, go home, enjoy a good meal, get some recovery in, and have kind of some of the jitters worked out before the next round. Also, a good day on all 4 college skiers. I think of the top 10, most of them are in a college program, which speaks loudly to the strength of the college programs in the United States right now, and that we are growing a lot of really successful athletes that are using college programs to have our athletes get faster and faster each year, and it's certainly been the case with Kendall in the last couple of years. We've seen her really move upward and progress forward, so that's wonderful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The collegiate scene's really coming together, getting stronger, with the help of some imports from Europe and such. But they only make it stronger and make the American skiers want to go even faster. So.
Yeah. And we are now watching the sort of stadium slow down a little bit, and we will take this moment to again thank our volunteers, to everybody who stood out in the cold today. Many of them got here at 8 a.m. and are still here and will be here for a couple hours yet, so we want to thank all the volunteers. The benefit of spending time with all of you on the live stream is that Max and I get to sit in the timing chalet so we can see the feed and the times coming across. We also want to thank our major sponsors, ConocoPhillips of Alaska, who has been a longtime sponsor of cross-country skiing here in this state, and we appreciate all that they do. Toyota, which is a key sponsor for the U.S. ski and snowboard team, but also a key sponsor for the event. And but we are also supported at many different levels by the following sponsors: Orthopedic Physicians Alaska, Kappa, the clothing company, Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Alaska. We've had many great soft drinks today that were delightful, kept us going. LifeMed Alaska, North Rim Bank, Anchorage Radiation Oncology Center, Piston Bully USA, Kaladi Brothers, which is a coffee roasting place here in Alaska, Will Scott, which is the construction company that's lent many of the wax trailers, Watterson Construction, NC Machinery, and of course the live stream by the 49th Street Media, which is helping us bring this live streaming to you for no cost. So we are delighted that you could join Max and I today, and again we hope that you will all join us again on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Alaska time, which would be 2 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central time, and 1 o'clock Central time, noon Mountain Standard Time, and 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So hoping that we'll see you all again. Again, we are preparing for the medal ceremony, and the athletes, the 3 top place getters today in the women's field will receive their prize money as they get up on the podium, as well as a special gift that the race organizers have crafted for each of the athletes that has a little traditional Alaskan background to it. So
that's right. what we were just seeing there was Inga Ving from the Loppet Nordic Racing. Seeing how the snow tasted, she came across charging the line. Then we have Lila Golem from Minneapolis Ski Club, who was catching her breath there after coming across the line with a strong finish.
We're So we are now moving to the prize ceremony, the stadium in the stadium, presenting the medals and awards. We have third place Erica Levin skiing for University of Utah. In second place, Kendall Kramer skiing for University of Fairbanks ski team and the U.S. ski team. And our national champion today in the women's 10K individual start skate technique is Kate Oldham from MSU. There you have it, your top three finishers today in national champions. Awards are being presented by the Anchorage Junior Nordic, which is the youth league development pipeline program here in Alaska, giving out the flowers. And you can see that Kate is holding her cash prize certificate there. She is going to go home $1,200 richer today. And Kendall Kramer will be awarded $600, and $300 will go to Erica. So a good day for all three of them, but also bragging rights to be national champion or second
Certainly.
or third place in the national championships. We are seeing some of our very last finishers coming in as we do the ceremony.
Correct. That was Alex Punsak from Minneapolis Ski Club, followed by Anna Engel from Team Scotty. Ingra Ving from... Oh, nope, Ingra finished a little while ago. Then we have Elise Elliott from Alaska Winter Stars there, catching her breath, putting her buff over her mouth so she can get some warmer air in her lungs, so she can get feeling a little bit better. Then we pan over the beautiful Kincaid Stadium there with a great view of Gong Hill, which will be more of the center of attention for Saturday's sprint race.
And we hope to have a camera up on top of Gong Hill
yes.
for the sprint race so we can catch all the action and hopefully all the clean racing that we are
Yes.
aspiring to see on Saturday. But if people do get tangled, that is generally the place that happens. Some of the tangles happen. So we will have a camera there just to catch any of the action. 437 coming across, giving it a lot of energy there.
We had Aurora Stiles from University of North Hampshire coming across, followed by Mary Ireland, also from UNH. And we have some more awards coming up here. This is the... Which results is this? Well, these are both.
Well, we are watching the awards, but somehow we have lost the live stream to the results.
That was Kate Oldham, and then Kendall Kramer in second place, and Lucinda Anderson in third. I believe that was the overall results. The awards we had seen previously was the U23 results. but it looks like our live timing might be a little bit different than what they're doing for the awards, so we're just not exactly sure the final configuration for some of these award ceremonies going on outside. Alaska Winter Star skier powering along to the finish now. We have a Tahoe Endurance Club skier followed by another Alaska Winter Stars skier coming to the finish line now. It looks like a mom or somebody related cheering them on.
So we are concluding the live broadcast. We are seeing a couple of finishers still out on the course, rounding the final bend, meaning they have about 2 kilometers left to go. I think those are probably the very last 2 starters. So we probably have about 5 more minutes in the live feed, but we are hearing reports from some of the jury members that some of the racers may have had a very close encounter with one of Kincaid Park's finest wildlife features that we put on the course to keep things exciting. But if you haven't seen a moose up close and personal, then you really should come and race the national championships at Kincaid Park, where you are bound to at least see one at some point. But the temperature is dropping. It is getting colder again outside. I think you joined us for the women's race at probably the high point of the day as far as sunshine in the stadium as well as temperature. And we are, again, waiting for the last of the skiers to come in to the stadium. The wonderful part about Kincaid Park is that it has over 30 Ks of lit ski trails, so even when it gets dark in the evening, people can come out and still get in a really good workout after work.
Exactly, yeah.
The other beautiful part about Kincaid Park is it sits out here on sort of a corner of land in Anchorage, surrounded one side by Cook Inlet, which is water on 2 sides, effectively, and the international airport on the third. So it is a sort of isthmus of its own that sticks out here. But the wonderful part is it is connected by the Tony Nose Coastal Trail to many of the other trail systems across Anchorage. So you can actually ski from just about any place that you live in Anchorage and get to Kincaid Park if you're willing to cross a couple of roads.
That's right. It's really cool. Skiing or biking 20 miles to your training session at Kincaid and then biking home from anywhere, really. And that was Faith Harlemert from APU just crossing the line there.
And while the temperatures are a little bit nippier than probably most athletes would, other than Fairbanks athletes, would like, today the beauty of the sunset and sunrise have certainly made it overall a wonderful day. A lot of photographers out, a lot of media out today, getting some wonderful shots. You can see the pink alpenglow in the background. Even the screen is as the sort of sun sets over Gong Hill there, and the finishing hill.
We got another athlete from Tahoe Endurance Club coming down the finish line. That's bib number 450, I believe.
It's really great to see so many athletes from the Tahoe Endurance Club out here.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few. That was Olivia Karch from Tahoe Endurance Club.
And Tahoe Endurance Club is one of the places that actually still has a ski jump, or still did. And when we would have spring series there, we would always try to get Bill Koch to take us, a former Nordic Combined / cross country skier, to take us off of it, which he willingly did, and was probably many of our only opportunities to ever ski jump.
That's very cool. I know Anchorage houses full-size ski jump at our hillside ski trails, which conveniently Kincaid is actually connected to. So if you want, you can do some ski jumping and then ski all the way over on the coastal trail to Kincaid and see some moose.
And there aren't that many ski jumps for the Nordic sport of supporting the sport of Nordic Combined anymore. Steamboat has one, Lake Placid has one, and I believe those may be the only 2 ski jumps in the United States of Olympic size, Lake Placid and Steamboat. And Soldier Hollow. Yes. Salt Lake City. So those would be your 3 ski jumping venues. So we are very happy that we have a smaller but fairly robust ski jumping program here in Anchorage, Alaska.
Reese Freneau from Gould Academy coming across the line there. Alice Jowers out of Tahoe Endurance Club also crossing the line. We have Amelia Isom from Minneapolis Ski Club just charging through this finish line there. And as you see in the distance, our wonderful volunteers are already starting to break down the starting corral and get ready so our groomers can get the course ready and primed for tomorrow's training day, and then inevitably Saturday sprint. Bib 456 coming to the finish line here. That's Riley Grossklaus from Peak Nordic, followed by a 352, and 452, and then 454. That was Isabella Cellini from Ford Sayer Nordic, followed closely behind by Sophia Bender from Crested Butte Nordic. A steady stream coming in now, 461. That is Molly Maybach from Sun Valley Ski Education. And then 460 is Isella Austin from Matsu Nordic. Matsu Nordic being a rather newer club, headed up by Eric Strabel out in the Matsu Valley. Really making a name for himself, or really making names for themselves in regards to the club. Bringing out some great athletes today and with some strong showings. I'm sure the next time U.S. Nationals is in Alaska or Anchorage, that club will probably be doubled in size if I had to bet something on it. But
well, and it's fun to watch Stratton Mountain grow back into a really strong program again too. That was the program that blossomed in the 90s, and it is fun to see those programs really kind of grow, expand, and continue to become a whole new entity into of itself, with a new coaching staff and a new set of energy and culture. But I also would say, that some of the Craftsberry teams coming really oftentimes spurred by a really good coach, oftentimes spurred by an athlete like Andy Newell that really believed in the program or the location. But once there's a core mass, it takes off and has a lot of positive energy.
It really just brings the community out. You see a lot more younger skiers joining, and then they get really interested in it and stick around and end up racing at U.S. Nationals in Anchorage, Alaska. So,
Well, and I can remember my parents dragging me in my moon boots out here to the World Cup in 1983 to watch the Alaskans compete, and it was Jim Glonis and Lynn Glamis and Bill Spencer and all of the names that I'd grown up with, but to watch them in a World Cup, it really did plant a seed with my generation. It wasn't just me, but a lot of us that got inspired and said if they could do it, we could do it, and it started a whole new movement. And I think that that's why we need to continue to have World Cups and national championships in places that are ski communities and supported by that community, because it does inspire a whole new generation of little, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds that are watching and say, I want to do that.
yeah, I couldn't agree more. We had Nora Graham finishing across the line there, followed by Elsa Futch, also just now finishing. It looks like our stadium lights are turning on as the sun is setting. Looks like we still have about 20 racers out on the course. We're all in their second lap, and I'm sure eager to come into the finish and get on home. Just had Talia Day from APU come across the finish line a few moments ago. We have bib number 464 coming down the finish line. That is Maisie Morley skiing for Western Colorado. Nora Graham finished a little while ago, but her results were just posted. Maisie Morley, I believe, a sister of Finn Morley, who competed in the men's race earlier today.
So with the last few minutes here, as we are watching some of the skiers wind down, I'm going to ask John Estel to join us here today. John Estel, well, today his role is Chief of Equipment Control, and he oversees a bunch of responsibilities and people underneath that. But John actually plays a role. He has been here since the beginning of history of time at Kincaid Park.
Since dirt was invented.
And John, go back as far as you can remember of Kincaid and hosting the events here, and tell us what you remember.
Well, my first trip to Alaska and my first experience at Kincaid was for the 1978 National Championships. I was a guest of Bill Spencer's family, and I'd never been to Alaska before, and the first race was a relay at Russian Jack Springs, and we raced there, and then the other races were at Kincaid. The start and finish was at Little Campbell Lake, and the access road, I think, was probably just a gravel road, and on the south side of the access road was New Kincaid, which I don't know if anybody even skis on those trails anymore, but that was New Kincaid. And remember, they had a 30K, and it was really, really cold for the 30. And I remember I think my eyes were kind of iced up, and I fell just before the finish line and was trying to crawl across the finish and break the beam with my pole. And the next morning in the Anchorage Daily News, there was a 4 or 5 photograph sequence of me crawling across the finish line waving my pole at the beam. And then the last race was a 50K, and I think it was 4 laps of a 12 and a half. And that was my second highest finish ever at Nationals. I was 11th of 12. And I remember in the late Tom Corbin had started several minutes behind me and passed me probably fairly early and at a very high rate of speed. And he had gone out a little harder than he should have. And at the very end of the course, you went down S-curve onto Little Campbell Lake. And I remember seeing Tom Corbin leaning against a birch tree on that corner, encouraging me as I went, because he couldn't move. But he still beat me.
So this was the National Championships?
National Championships, 1978.
And if you were to tell Ellie Abramson, who just crossed the finish line, also from your hometown of Fairbanks, Alaska, any of these stories, would she know any of these places?
No.
So we've lost a whole generation of history of Kincaid Park.
Maybe 2. I was here in '83 for the World Cup, and that was very interesting snow conditions. And I think, did Kunda Svan win that? That was, I think, his first win.
First win in
World
Anchorage,
Cup.
Alaska.
Yeah. And it was also, it was simultaneous, concurrent with the National Championship 15K. And I believe Tim Caldwell was second in that, which was, I think, his best ever World Cup finish. And I think you'd have to check with Tim and Bill Koch, but I think Bill was third in that, and I think Tim beating Bill may have cost Bill the World Cup. I'm not sure. It was very close.
Which is kind of funny because fast forward 2 generations now,
Yes.
and we have both, well, 1 generation. We have Bill's son racing today,
Yep.
and Tim Caldwell's daughter and niece, both participating in games 22 and or 24 and
18 and 22, I think.
So very, we've come a whole generation of time.
We've covered eons.
And I think you and I overlap because I think 84, 83 was my first time watching a big race out here at Kincaid. But and then there were the
spring training camps, which the first one I think was up in Glacier Bowl.
Yes.
And that was very exciting for the young skiers who were having to get off the chairlift and ski across icy snow into the middle of Glacier Bowl.
True. In fact, I was 13.
Yes, you were.
Or 12. I think my parents lied. Well, John, it is wonderful that you are still out here as the chief of
Equipment control.
And as our local historian. And I think you have watched many of these kids out here, and many of these kids of the kids you watched grow up at Kincaid Park and other venues around the world.
A number of the people racing today, I know their parents better than I know them.
And that's a wonderful thing. And John has coached many Olympic team, many a national team, many a junior national team, and too many to count. College teams.
Too many to recite, for sure.
But certainly a part of our American Nordic history. And I went onto the internet today to see what the history of where the World Championship, where the U.S. National Championships were. We don't even have a written history.
We don't, and actually I have a website that's my retirement project that I haven't really done much work on, but so don't go there, but the URL is crosscountryskihistory.us, and that's one of the things I want to do is have a complete list of where national championships were and links to as many results as I can find.
I went there. I'm glad it's your retirement project, but John, it is always a pleasure to see you out here and to remember that there is a whole new generation being born out there today that are just looking up to athletes like Keegan and like Kendall Kramer and Kate Odom on the women's side, and Johnny and Will on the men's side. So really exciting to watch a whole new generation come into their own here at the 2025 U.S. National Championships.
And it's always a pleasure to speak with the preeminent American female cross-country skier of the 90s.
This
in early 2000s.
preeminent means apostrophe old. Well, thank you, John. Thanks for joining us, and we will see everybody on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Alaska time.